definitely buys happiness.
Just make a good.
Hey everybody, how we doing tonight? Good to see everybody back. I've been watching a little of the chat. Good to see you all, and happy to be back with you. Sorry I had to delay that launch a little bit because I was working out some bugs on this end. But how we all doing? Good to see you. I had a nice break. I hope you did as well, and I hope that you were able to unplug a little bit as well. I do believe that that's very imperative for our mental health. Yeah, to do that. I will say this too, that once you open your mind and begin to really see the world around us for what it is, it can be a little addictive to want to know everything and find out more and more and more and more. And so there is a kind of a point at which you want to pull back and kind of take in less information before you drive yourself nuts. And so I hope that you've found a balance there, as I have a tendency to forget to do from time to time. Welcome. My name is David Snedeker. This is the IndoctriNATION. We have presently, we are broadcasting from Los Angeles, California, and we are broadcasting around the world. We have one less, how should I say, platform known as Twitch, and which is a little frustrating that we're dealing with that. And how is the sound good, everybody? Refreshed and ready, Marcia. Awesome. Hello. Thank you, Selena. David, you look handsome. Thank you very much. Maybe the little break, right? Which YouTube channel is back up? None of them are back up yet. Well, one of them will not be back up. One of them is the IndoctriNATION YouTube, and that is permanent termination, along with hundreds of videos. And the Dave Sned is a temporary suspension. And let me see. And let me show you what happened this week. Actually, this past week, I should say. No, it was just 2 nights ago. Okay, let me show you what I'm dealing with here. Other than the brand new computer that seems to be having some problems here. That's never good. Let me see if I can force quit. Oh boy, that is not a good thing. My eCam is not responding for some reason, which is something that I need to be able to operate here. Let me see. Oh, come on, man. I just did an update on the eCam live, and now it sounds great. Thank you, guys. Finally thawing out in Texas. Great. Everybody good. Let's see. Okay. This is going to be a problem. I have to. Okay, so you see up there on the screen, we were suspended from Twitch, okay, for encouraging extreme violence. And inciting others to commit or participate in violent acts that would cause death or extreme physical harm to a group of people or major destruction to property or public infrastructure. Examples of violative content include, but are not limited to, inciting others to burn down a police station, encouraging others to physically assault people at a protest, explicitly stating that a group of people should be killed. Read Twitch's community guidelines to learn more. Where the violation occurred, on stream or I believe video on demand. Content related to this violation may be removed. All of my content has been removed from Twitch. Hundreds of videos have been removed from Twitch for encouraging extreme violence. Folks, did my clone come in here and I didn't give him the passwords to all this software that I got here. So I don't know how he could have gotten on here and done what he did. But exactly how am I encouraging extreme violence? Yeah, I must have been on fire. Sometimes the spirit takes me and I go in different directions. But when have I ever called for violence against another human being? I'm even the one that's saying that I think as humanity that we shouldn't even give the death penalty to some of these people, and that we should work for them to get their compassion back so that they could suffer the same way the rest of the humans already do, based on their crimes against humanity. So this is very interesting. This is Twitch, okay? Basically deleting me, and then I can't even find out which one it is. I can't even find out which one it is. So let me show you what is okay on Twitch. Let's see.
My wheat farm in Utah.
Gotta deal with an ad, I think. But let's find out. What is allowed on Twitch. This is what's very interesting here, folks. Is that talking about the world as we do, and having to deal with the real problems in the world is very, very important. But here is a video game, and let's watch just a little bit about what is okay on Twitch.
Oh, then what? Like she runs back into the house and carries somebody with her, like when somebody dies. Yeah.
The desensitization of humanity.
I thought she was on you, so I didn't even look behind me.
Is occurring
she was like on my ass.
On Twitch. Okay, there's cussing on these. There's murder. Look at this. Look at the demonic being on the floor. Okay. There's murdering. There's first-person shooters. There's chopping people's heads off. There's burning animals alive in this particular one. I just pulled this up. I spent like 20 minutes on Twitch just finding out what kind of things were on here.
And you don't,
And let me just turn off the audio here. So these kind of first-person shooter games and these interactive games here, these are the kind of things that, Grand Theft Auto, Grace, that's another one, right? So this kind of stuff, and by the way, that animal they burn out back. It's really disgusting, and they burn these demons or whatever they are. Alive as well. And look at them on the ground, okay? And whatever they're doing to them, they're destroying them. So this is the kind of thing that is okay on Twitch. So, it just goes to show the sheer lunacy our situation of our civilization right now, and the sheer lunacy of the Twitch bans. Now, thanks to Barbara Russler, basically, Amazon bought Twitch for $970 million, just under $1 billion, a couple years ago. I want to say this happened in 2014, and I believe they still own them. And because they want to step up the gaming situation. So Amazon, as we know, is owned by Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos also owns the Washington Post. Amazon has also banned certain books on its platform. And so we see a huge, and obviously we know that Bezos is big tech along with everybody else, and is banning and part of the propaganda machine that is our mainstream Mockingbird media. And so it's no surprise that Twitch is banning people like yours truly and people like Donald Trump. If you remember when he was banned from Twitch earlier this year after the riot, just like they banned him from Facebook, they banned him from Twitter, and although Twitch certainly wasn't Trump's favorite means of communication, it was still a significant outlet for his political message that was cut off. Now, there haven't been, to my understanding, a lot of political people that have been banned from Twitch. So it's very strange that I've been, but it would be interesting if you guys know of any that were banned on Twitch. That would be good to know as well. Yeah, this censorship needs to end soon, Randy. I agree. But there are other people. These are just gamers that were banned, right? But then you have people like me that are banned because of the message that we're getting out. Make no mistake, folks, that that they have lost this battle, and they have lost this war, and that all the acts that you see them committing are basically acts of desperation, because they've lost control of the narrative. And when you lose control of the narrative, you got to try to take back control of the narrative. And so that's what they're attempting to do, but they will not stop us. We are presently at 2,000 beautiful humans. Now we're losing quite a bit on YouTube, and we're losing quite a bit on Twitch, because we were getting way up there on Twitch. I think we had 1,000 at one point on Twitch. We've had 1,000 on YouTube. And of course, me taking some time off and people not knowing when I was going to come back on, that certainly could lend to the fact that we've only got 2,000 right now. But we will be on some different platforms, and I will keep you posted. I actually tried to get us on a few today and just had a few difficulties, but we will be getting that information to you very shortly. So good to be back with you, and I got to tell you that I had just a wonderful time with my family and creating just fantastic memories over the past several days since they've been back. I do want to show you really quick. This is the IndoctriNATION.com/live, and you can always find us here because the restream goes right to here /live. Okay, so this is where you can actually find the live stream, and it looks like, and you could just blow it up there and watch it live, and there you have it. So so just please know that a couple things. there are two ways you're going to be able to make sure that you find out where I'm at. One is going to the indoctrination.com/live. The other is going to the contact and filling out your name, email, phone, and message, and send your SNED message, and then we'll have you on an email list and also possible text list, and we'll send you the information. Hi Dee, hi Teresa, how you guys all doing? And so let's make sure. Who said it? I missed this. Somebody said, don't be too concerned about how many viewers. Jesus only had 12 disciples. I love it. Yeah. Dave Sned on YouTube is back up. You got a notification, Maria? Well, that was what was interesting, because when I went to this live, I was seeing it. It says go to YouTube. And okay, it must be back up. It is back up. So Dave Sned is back up, folks. Okay. And that might have been because I challenged that ruling. So so good to know. Good to know that we're back up on YouTube. Okay, so yeah, Billy, can we fund a SNED channel? Guys, I will tell you this. Yes. I got an offer. It's about going on Roku, Apple TV. I think you can get on Amazon Fire. So like literally you could pull us up on one of those channels. And what I would try to do is put on other people on different times, probably on that channel, to have like, you know, round the clock broadcasting eventually. But yes, if you guys would like to donate to that, put channel in the donation, please do so, because let me see. Let me put this up, because it costs, I think, like $400 a month or something like that, $500 a month, which is nothing when you consider that we would have our own channel and you could always go there. We'd never be censored. We'd never have a problem. And we could offer that to possibly other shows and other people that want to create content. And I have always seen this as a not a channel, not a show necessarily, but a network. So I've always envisioned being able to support others that want to have a broadcast, have a truth cast, or have some sort of content that is desirable and good for human beings. So yes, so I am looking at that. So if you guys do want to donate and put channel in there, please do so. It makes a huge difference when I can fight this kind of thing with fire, like with real fire, because we have to reimagine the way that we, this is always free. I want you to know that. I don't want anybody to feel, I've always said this. This is free content. This broadcast is completely free. And if this is something that you enjoy and you want to exchange energy, some of you share, some of you hit the like, hit the subscribe, share it out to people. That's a big help. Bringing other people on. And if you have time, if you have the means, tip your waiter. Okay, tip your waiter. That's always a good thing. I know you appreciate this, but please know that I will never charge for information. Now, the only thing about that is, and a lot of people are doing this. I know David Rodriguez has Nino's Corner .tv. Nino's Corner.tv, yes. And who was on. We loved him. We're going to have him on again, hopefully soon. And so when you do that kind of a broadcast, when you do that kind of a channel, you have to charge for it. So I would prefer to not have to charge for you to have access to this information. But the problem is, when it becomes mine, then I can do whatever I want. I can talk about what I want. And so then what a lot of people are doing is they're putting in like a teaser, or like, hey, this is what we're going to talk about tonight, and this is and give you a little bit of information, but then you have to curtail the information because you're going to get, like, I want to talk about CV-19 right now, like crazy, and I can't right now. Why? Because we're going to be censored. We're going to be censored. And until we figure out this platform situation, we got to deal with this stuff. I got to say 17 instead of the actual letter. I've got to say, we can't even say FF. We can't say certain words, else we'll be absolutely, banned and shut down, and for medical misinformation or inciting violence. Are you serious? What the hell is that all about? Not once have I incited violence. I've said people are going to prison. People are going to be, some people are going to be executed. But yeah. Do you really trust Apple TV? Mel, that's a great question. No, I don't trust Apple, but here's the thing. The way this is structured, we would have our channel, and then you could access it through Apple TV. So Apple TV doesn't necessarily allow it. It's an access point to the actual channel. And so that's what I'm looking into, right? Yeah, so why don't you have us subscribe to it like X22 report did? Kat, I think we will probably need to do that. But the whole idea, Gail, thank you. I have Roku and would be happy to support you there. Yeah, and 107daily.com is planning to set stuff up, so we've got that as an option as well. So basically, yes, please share this live out. Thank you, Barbara. But we're going to get out there, and we're not going to be censored. That's the bottom line. That's the bottom line. So, but please, yeah, they can choose to not offer you, just like they drop Parler. Yes, Kathy, probably. But I think when that's just the channel, when it's just the access point to the channel, I don't think they can. I think what they did with Parler is they took it off the App Store. We wouldn't be going through an App Store. But at any rate, that's expensive. Like, it's like $500 a month, which I can't afford right now. But maybe we can together, and maybe we can make that happen. So that's that. Hey, let's get into it a little bit. Enough for the censorship. We're still having to put up with this. I get it. I'm a little frustrated myself, certainly. The Twitch thing was a big hit for me. It was like, you got to be kidding me. That was our VIP room. A lot of great Twitchers there that I hope have made it over to the other platform. I love you all. And we'll get back to a space where we're good. Okay. All right. Let me just say a few things about what's happening. And let me just tap into that a little bit. Okay. Just to kind of like bring us back to square one here. All right. So I hope that everybody is, sees this for what it is. What we're experiencing here is an absolute show. And I've said this many, many times. We are dealing with a production unlike anything we've seen in human history. And this production's job is to show those who are not yet awake why they must be. It's also to show you and I who are awake that the white hats have control over what's happening. Okay. Now, there were some things I redid a post the other day. It talked about all the things that Biden is doing, all the things that Biden is reversing in relation to the executive orders and the executive orders with President Trump. And just so you know, that these executive orders, all right, are mainly from Biden or executive actions, but that can also be manipulated as well. But the whole idea, okay, the whole idea is to show everybody the absurdity of the left, okay? I mean, we're looking at basically even as much as, the one that Biden reversed, which is basically the fact that the reversing Operation Talon. So when you have something like that happening, you got to bang your head against the wall and say, what the hell is going on? But the reversal of Operation Talon is absolutely absurd in the sense that why would you ever reverse that? Okay. And so, it's going to be, it's to target sex offenders that are illegally in the United States. And so, it's just, they're going to try to spin it any way they can. Okay. But basically, all the things that Biden is undoing, people that voted for him and Kamala, and they're actually seeing that this is not okay what they've done. Okay, literally the other day when Biden was doing his town hall with Anderson Cooper. Anderson Cooper said, are you calling, we showed this on the broadcast, are you calling Xi Jinping out on the Uyghur situation? And Biden said that it was, we have to understand the different cultures of different nations. Guys, this guy is not even Biden, first of all. Second of all, he is doing a phenomenal job. Seriously, this guy is doing a phenomenal job. I'll give you an example. When Barack Obama was president of the United States and Biden was vice president, obviously, people that were Second Amendment folks said that that Barack Obama was the greatest gun salesman that ever lived, next to Colt. Not even next to Colt. Like, he surpassed Colt, the guy who actually made the rifle in the Colt 45. Okay, Remington, same thing, right? Like, Barack Obama surpassed both of those guys, probably combined, in selling guns. Why? Because people that were awake to what was really happening realized that steps were being taken to take away our Second Amendment rights. Okay? Our Second Amendment shall not be infringed upon. And people saw it being infringed upon, and Obama hasn't not even paid for, and Holder have not even paid for the fact that they ran guns through the Mexican drug cartel, and in hopes of creating a situation where the population would be against these types of guns. and a U.S. border agent was murdered with the guns that were run to the cartel from Obama and Eric Holder. Okay. We were also quite aware of Obama's work with the in the race relations, how he was stoking the fire of black versus white. We witnessed multiple incorrect flags in the course of his 8 years that were designed to gain public support of anti-Second Amendment legislation. You had Hollywood do something, and talking to the politicians as if you can legislate safety. You can't. You can't legislate safety when it comes to guns. And so he became the greatest gun salesman in the history of the world. Now, look at what the actions of Biden are doing. People are being waking up, and look at the inconsistencies and the incorrect things that he's saying in the town hall, and saying that the vaccine didn't exist before he got there, and all these missteps and mistakes that he makes that are designed to manipulate those who are not awake to what's really happening in the world, because those who are still tapped into the indoctrination, the mainstream propaganda, mockingbird media, CIA-controlled networks, newspapers, publishing houses, etc., owned by 5 families in the United States alone, and several others around the world. But the information is controlled by those who mean to do us harm. And that's why you have people like Bill Gates that are getting carte blanche, right? Imagine if I had the kind of platform that Bill Gates had. Imagine if I was getting enough people. I know you mentioned, Jesus only had 12 disciples, right? Don't worry about your followers. Well, the fact of the matter is, I want to reach millions. I want to reach billions, because the things that I'm saying are things that we need to hear. The things that I'm saying are things that I've researched and investigated, and I'm sharing with you. The things that I'm saying a lot of them come from you. Some of the work that you guys are doing and searching some of this stuff, researching some of this stuff. And so I think Stephanie did some PowerPoint on some of the stuff that of the executive orders that I'm going to get to. I'm probably not going to get to tonight because we have so much backed up. But it basically breaks down the executive orders and some of the things that he's doing to reverse what Trump has done. So these things, I want to get to millions. I want to speak to millions. Why? Because Gates is speaking to millions, and there are millions of people that still think that Gates is worth listening to. Think about that. There are millions, tens of millions of people in the United States alone that actually think that Bill Gates is worth listening to. And we should listen to him, regarding everything. Let's listen to him. What's he got to say about this? What's he got to say about the energy, about down in Texas, about the renewable energy? Let's listen to what he says about that. He's way off on that. Let's listen to what he says about the jab in the arm. Let's listen to what he's got to say about food. Meanwhile, he's financially invested in all of these areas in ways that don't serve humanity. And this is the new paradigm. This is the new planet Earth, where we are now accounting for the dollars that we spend. Okay? How many of you will never buy a Coca-Cola product again? Okay? Why? Because they're doing this political correct nonsense about how we should act less white. They're actually doing training in their corporate headquarters on how to be less white. Are you serious? Can you see this absurdity? But here's the thing. They are exposing themselves. Coca-Cola has literally used the food additive for flavoring that is derived from fetal tissue. That alone should be a reason why not to buy a Coca-Cola product. Now, you've seen me drink Mexican Coke on this broadcast. I don't think buying 5 Mexican Cokes over the course of 4 months is really pulling back on that. Yes, I'm going to do that, but at the same time, there's probably not many people on this planet that support Coca-Cola less than I do. But here's the thing. We have to be accountable with where our dollars go. All right. Look at Amazon. Amazon just kicked me off Twitch. Am I going to think twice about ordering from Amazon? Let me tell you what I'm going to do from here on out. I'm going to go to Amazon. I'm going to see what I need. Okay. And then I'm going to find it somewhere else. And not use Amazon if I can avoid it. Okay, all the products that we have on our marketplace are going straight to the people that we're supporting. Okay, they're not going to big corporations, right? They're going to innovators. They're going to people that are doing things against the grain. Purium is 100% organic, and they're going to be plastic free in 2021 for all their packaging. Okay. This man and his wife have created a company that is going against the mainstream. Okay. Healy, pain relief on the website, pain relief and real transformation of your body, going against the Western medicine. Okay. Then the small businesses that we're doing, right? The silver going against the antibiotics, things of that nature. These are the steps that we need to take. And I'm not saying that you got to get the stuff through us. I'm saying that this is the new paradigm. This is the new age of accountability that we're stepping into. But in order for us to step into that, do you see how imperative it is for us to understand why we must? Because we need to be shaken awake from our slumber. And part of the slumber, believe me, folks, 14 years ago, I thought I was awake. Then 12 years ago, I realized that 14 years ago, I wasn't as awake as I thought I was. And then 10 years ago, I realized I wasn't awake as I thought I was at 12 years. And so as you progress through this awakening, the Great Awakening, what's important to understand here is that the more you learn, the more we're exposed to the absurdity, the absolute evil that we are up against, the more we must step out of comfortability, step out of habit, step out of what's convenient, and step into What serves humanity? Okay. How many of you are pissed off that Twitch is kicked us off? I get it. I feel that. Thank you. But get this. Yeah, Pepsi's screwed too. Pepsi is, Pepsi's using that flavoring as well. Okay. Go try to find, like, especially with online, try to find like a small little independent brewer that does, pure cane sugar sodas and, things of that. If you're going to drink soda, we don't drink soda. Like, literally I'll have a Coke or I'll have something once in a while. But the cane sugar Coke. But now in the future, I will buy a non-Coke product cane sugar soda if I want to have something with like a taco or something, right? But guess what? I have to step out of convenience to do that. Okay. So how many of you are pissed off at Twitch, which we now know is owned by Amazon? Okay. How many of you are pissed off at the Washington Post, which is owned by Amazon? And yet we still use Amazon. Why? Because if we want something, it'll be here in a day or two. How does that happen? Well, they don't pay for their shipping. They get completely covered with their shipping, and so they're able to ship it quick. They've got things set up around the world so that it gets there quickly. But we still use that. We still support that. This is the kind of thing that we need to step away from. This is the kind of awakening that needs to happen in humanity that is not complete yet. Okay? I know a lot of people are ready and want this to happen yesterday. They want it to happen tomorrow, and they're tired of seeing all this, tired of seeing all this, tired of seeing all the things that are happening. Well, guess what? Get in line. Because I was ready 12 years ago, 13 years ago. Friends of mine were ready 20 years ago, 25 years ago. And we were waiting on your ass to wake the hell up. Okay? And if you were awake back then, this would be done by now. Okay? That's the mentality we have to understand. We have to have when we're starting to feel sorry for ourselves because of all the shit that's going down. There have been people waiting for this shit to go down for decades. And we dishonor them when we piss and moan like a couple spoiled brats because things aren't happening on our timeline. Okay? Now, I get it. Parents are taking the jab. People are hurting. People are, falling into depression because of the social distancing. I get all that. We have to, as best possible, work through these things and protect ourselves through these things and protect our loved ones and understand that, God forbid, but there will be casualties with this whole situation. Yeah. And so, but less and fewer casualties than if we were an all-out civil war. If we were an all-out revolutionary war, okay? Much, much fewer casualties that way than the way that we're experiencing it now so far, than had we been in a revolutionary war. Honestly, folks, until 17 came along, until Trump came along, I didn't think this was going to be a peaceful revolution. I thought it was going to look very, very different than it does now. And so far, given the fact that fewer people have died in the past in 2020 than in the past 10 years, tells us that, oh my gosh, we're doing okay. Think about it. We're doing okay. Like we're quite a bit through the revolution. Cheers, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. It's odd. I haven't done a Wednesday in a while. So how fabulous that we are. And here's the thing I want to say, and Todd will back me up on this, is that we're we're already quite a way through this. Like, I don't think most people, even the awake people, realize how far into this revolution that we actually are. When you see, let me give you the analogy that I've used before, and that is in a basketball game, you don't see desperation from there's two sides, right? You've got a side that may be winning and a side that may be losing. Okay? But guess what? Let's take the quarters of an NBA game. All right? Let's not make it an NBA game. Let's make it a high school game, because fuck the NBA. Okay? So let's take a high school game. 4 quarters. Okay? And in the first quarter, the end of the first quarter, this team is winning. This team is losing. But guess what? You're not going to see desperation by the losing team. Okay? Halftime. This team is winning. This team is losing. You're not going to see desperation by the losing team at halftime. Third quarter. This team is winning. This team is losing. Now, if it's this early that this team is destroying this team, there's less desperation on this team's part and more just an acknowledgement of they are outmatched by this team. Right? So there's not much desperation. So it has to be kind of close or be perceived as being closer than it actually is. Fourth quarter. Winning team, losing team. Now you're going to see desperation by this team. You're going to see maybe tripping, maybe extra fouls, maybe, taking shots they wouldn't normally take, right? Yelling at this other team, yelling amongst themselves, okay? You're seeing desperation in the fourth quarter, towards the end of the game. Look at what's happening. We've been banned on Facebook, all 3 channels. We've been banned on, my account was terminated on YouTube. My other account was suspended on YouTube. It's now back up. We were suspended on Twitch. Okay? Why? For speaking truth. Are we the first? Hell no. Look at all these other great programs that have been censored. X22, SGT, High Impact Flicks, all these cats that I've been listening to for a long time, and we know. I've been listening to these patriots for a very, very long time, and look what's happening to them. And then there's a lot of other people out there that are experiencing this as well. So we're not alone by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just using us as an example, but that's desperation on the side of the deep state. Okay? And why would we see that kind of desperation unless it was near the end of the game? Okay? So now here's the thing. We don't quite know what the end of the game is going to look like. And there may be some aftermath of the end of the game. Certainly there's going to be some celebration on some side. Okay? But there's going to be some real depression on the side that were completely asleep and didn't know what the hell was going on. Are going to argue about 17 being a psyop, but they don't have an answer for what happened to 800,000 children that went missing last year or every year for quite some time. They don't have an answer for that. They're just going to say, accuse a psyop. Oh, really? All right, jackass, tell us this. 17 was the one that made most of you that were asleep previously aware of Follow the White Rabbit, made you aware of ADRENOCHROME, made you aware of human trafficking. And it's a psyop to make you aware of these things so that you can take action and you can do whatever it is you want to do. And these fabulous people who are making this movie with Jim Caviezel, that about the human trafficking, and all these people that are doing these incredible, rescues of these children, but 17 is a psyop, and you have no answer for what's happening to these children, and yet 17 was the one that made many of you aware of that. Get your head out of your ass if you're having those conversations, because that's exactly where it is. And so, we were trust the plan, we were misled. Really? It is the biggest information drop in the history of humanity, exposing the media, the politicians, the three-letter agencies, exposed Hollywood, okay? Exposed leaders around the world, exposed Saudi Arabia, exposed Iran in the Iran deal. This has been the biggest information drop in history, and people are having pity parties for themselves, talking about how 17 is a psyop, as if they know what the hell they're talking about. They don't. Okay, so what's happening is this is a revolution, and we are in the fourth quarter. And I don't have a timeline for you. I don't have any exact dates, and I don't have any inside intel that I'm going to, use to blow smoke up your ass. What I do know is when I see desperation, okay, and because they've lost control of the narrative, then it must be one of two things, okay? The one thing is that the narrative, if it's controlled, the media, if it's controlled by the black hats, okay, they're showing desperation because they must regain control of the narrative in order to continue their purge on you and I and children. Okay, so they must maintain the control over the narrative. But if the white hats are in control, and that's the desperation that I mentioned in the analogy of the basketball game. If the white hats have control over the media and even big tech, you think to yourself, well, why would they shut Dave down? Why would they, shut Todd down? Why would they, shut our this message down? And why would they shut all these other companies down? Or all these other, not companies, but individuals that are putting out great information? We have to. The more Obama tried to take away the guns, the more we clinged on to them. The more that they try to take away our freedom with the CV, take away our voice with the censorship, okay, the more we're going to cling on to our freedom. The more we're going to cling on to our First Amendment, our Second Amendment. The more we're pushed and prodded and forced upon, told that we're going to have to do certain things to be able to travel. That's our Fourth Amendment. We're gonna grab onto that one, okay? The right to our person to not be violated. So if the black hats are if the white hats are doing it, they're awakening the masses to the absurdity of it all. And so it's so important for us to, first of all, I'm sorry, Trump's coming back. Okay, Trump's coming back. He hasn't gone anywhere. I showed you the document about how they extended the transition 60 days past the inauguration. So we have until March 20th. March 20th or 21st. 21st, I think. So that's a transition period. We know Joe hasn't been in the White House. We know Kamala hasn't been in the Blair House. I went by her house the other day, actually. I was detoured away from her house. I normally go up the road that she lives on in Brentwood to get to a park where I coach some kids on Sunday morning. And she was there. And so they had Secret Service and they had blocked off her street on both ends. And so you had to kind of go around on a different block. Lovely neighborhood in Brentwood, very expensive, multi-million-dollar homes, obviously. And I got some video, but I haven't taken it off my phone yet. But she hasn't been in the place where the vice president lives in Washington, D.C. Okay. And what's happening in Washington, D.C. with all we know Trump's coming back. We know he's coming back. And if he doesn't, well, we just know he is. There's no other way. If otherwise, we're just going to be in for a shit show that exposes them even more than they already have. And they're going to be, think about it. Are they waiting for the left to beg Trump to come back? Think about it. Okay. Is California left? Is California left? Guess what? Our gas is up like $2 a gallon. Okay. How many liberals are struggling right now financially because of CV and all that are wishing, that gas wasn't $5 a gallon, $3 and plus a gallon. It's going crazy. All right. And yeah, when I say he's coming back, I don't mean to DC. He's coming back to run the show. So, how many people voted for Biden that are now laid off because of the actions he's taken? How many people live in communities that are affected very negatively by illegal immigrants that are now going to be affected even more negatively by Biden's policies? Okay. How many people in Texas, Oklahoma, and Arizona, California that are on the border that are going to be affected because he's opening up the border again? How many people are going to lose their job because of the migrants that are going to be let in and given jobs? How about our health system that's going to be stressed because of all the new people? So, what's going to be really interesting is when the people that hated Trump are going to be begging for his return, or at least when he does come back, they're going to breathe a sigh of relief. And because, basically the biggest problem when you think about it that people have had with President Donald John Trump is their own ego. And because they are so offended, or they are acting so offended by his actions. There's some people that are genuinely just disgusted with Donald John Trump, okay? But they're also aren't balancing that disgust. For example, if you're disgusted with President Trump, give me the reasons. I hear it. He did this, or he did that, or he said this, he said that, or he grabbed him by the pussy, or what, I get all that. Okay. I'm not looking for a choir boy to step into the scene and run the world. Okay. I'm looking for somebody who's got the tenacity, got the chutzpah to step in and not be afraid who he pisses off, because he pissed off all the right people. He pissed off all the right people. The reason I voted for him, he pissed off. The Bushes said they hated him. The Clintons said they hated him. The media said they hated him. The Hollywood said they hated him. And all of the people, and I looked at all the people that disliked Donald John Trump, and I said, that's my guy. That's my guy. Because they can all pound sand, as for all I care, because they're all a bunch of criminals. They're a bunch of pedophiles. They're a bunch of human traffickers. They're a bunch of ADRENOCHROME drinkers. Their time is over. So if you have some problems with them, hit me with them. But let me ask you this. Are you balancing the negative with the positive? And because the media has completely washed away any positive and won't allow, Dismay Coin, guys, these are one of our sponsors here, okay? They make these fabulous coins. Fabulous coins. You can find them on the IndoctriNATION.com, okay? Click on Dismay Coin. If you type in Snedheads, H-E-D-Z, Sned H-E-D-Z, you'll get 5% off. But these coins, they can't even advertise. They can't even spend their money to advertise on Google and some of these platforms. Why? Because they support the 45th president of the United States of America, Donald John Trump. That's the only reason. Oh, and they've also made 17 coins. That has something to do with it too. Why? Because 17 has completely discredited all of the mainstream media and all the people that are now trying to keep Dismay from being able to advertise. Good people, folks. I met them, hung out with them for over an hour. Great patriots. Their business is hurting because they're patriots. This business, whatever you want to call this, is hurting because we're patriots. So, fourth quarter. The desperation comes from the fourth quarter, from the black hats, okay, or the white hats. Either way, before the game is over, they've got to show the desperation to either cling on to the power or to expose those with the power. We're in the fourth quarter, folks. I hope that you understand that. I hope that connects with you in a way that serves you, okay? Because somebody was saying the other day that they're really disappointed with the way everything's happening, and they, psyop and this and that. Guess what? I learned this a long time ago. I can't remember exactly the situation, but I learned the following. And that is, we don't know enough to be cynical. We don't know enough to be cynical. And once you realize that, it opens up the mind to say, wow, hold on a second. If I don't know enough to be cynical, basically what you're telling me, Dave, is that learn more about the situation, that there's parts of the situation that maybe you're not looking at. And that if you expand your purvey, that you will see certain things that you didn't see before. Remember, our visual spectrum is very narrow. Our audible spectrum is very narrow. Our brain, we're using less than 5% of our brain. How can we expand that? How can we think beyond what we can see, what we can hear, to what we can feel, our sixth sense, developing our sixth sense, but also not looking here, but maybe looking this over here or looking over here. So we don't know enough to be cynical, I think, crosses every paradigm, whether it be about a school or a group of people or whatever it is. So if we can expand our knowledge about a situation, that can only help us. We don't know enough to be cynical. So why don't we step into optimism as we seek further knowledge, further wisdom about a situation? Because guess what? The outcome is going to be the same, whether you're cynical or optimistic. But here's the thing about optimism. And here's why I think 17 clued us all in, and I've shared this with you before. We can be a part of imagining the future we want for ourselves. And if we can imagine the future we want for ourselves, that means our interaction with others is going to be fantastic, because I'm not envisioning a future for myself to where I can have more freedom and more travel and I can, go to different places. I'm not imagining that for myself. I'm imagining that for everybody. Because imagine the level of passion and beauty and fabulousness I'm going to run into with my fellow human beings, when we're all at another level of consciousness, another level of living, where we're not stressed, we're not frustrated, we're not, beaten down, we're not working so hard that once we finally do get to the beach, we don't want anybody else in our way. Get out of my way, asshole. And then we're dicks to each other because we're so frustrated. We're so bent out of shape, or we drink because we're so frustrated. Or we take drugs and then we treat each other poorly. Folks, I'm envisioning it for all of us, because that's an abundant thinking, not limitless. That's limitless thinking. I don't even use limitless because I don't even want limit in the word that I'm describing the abundance. The limited lack thinking is what the indoctrination has put upon humanity, so that we are fighting each other for something that we believe we lack. And we don't have to. We can get there together. It can happen. It is possible. And the more we can think about that, the more we can be in optimism, the more we can think about a beautiful ending to this game that we're in the fourth quarter of, the more easily it's going to manifest, because we are that powerful. Remember, I've talked to you about the indoctrination has been thrust upon us in every nook and cranny of our civilization, because human beings are so very, very, very powerful. When they don't have the impending doom, the impending indoctrination crushing us, our minds, our souls, our bodies, our spirit, our curiosity as children is stripped away through education, through indoctrination. We are so very powerful, folks. So very powerful. So very powerful. Folks, I know a lot of you come here because you want to learn about what's happening and what's going on in the world, and I'm certainly going to get to that stuff. But I got to tell you that we are this conversation that I'm having right now is, I believe, absolutely imperative before going into any type of information that could elevate or bring us down, because it just connects us to each other. It connects us to what's really happening in the world, and we are better than what's happening right now, and we need to just step into that and own it. Yeah. All right, folks. We are at almost 2,800 beautiful humans across, what do we have? Like 5 platforms right now. D Live, YouTube, Facebook, Periscope. Fabulous. Welcome, everybody. Good to see you all. Glad to be here. David Snedeker with you, the IndoctriNATION. We are going to, I want to show you a few things here, and I want to get Todd and Cindy on before too long. And, excuse me. Hold on one sec. This is good. Hey, I do want to share this. I'm glad that you just touched upon this, Cindy. This is something that that Kathy shared with us. Sokolowitz Acevedo. Kathy, I rarely say your last name. I'm going to say
Supposedly
it now.
it dies with the hotter weather.
And let me pull this up. Kathy brought up a really cool point, and I want to bring this up, and I want to bring you up another thing about President Trump and what he's saying as well. But let me play this for you. And Kathy basically said he didn't say what April. Okay, so let's listen in. Remember, he didn't say what
April. Supposedly it dies with the hotter weather, and that's a beautiful date to look forward to.
Now, the virus that we're talking about having to do, a lot of people think that goes away in April with the heat, as the heat comes in. Typically, that will go away in April. We're in great shape.
I think when we get into April and the warmer weather, that has a very negative
The Daily
effect
Show is
on
making
that
fun of him.
and that type of a virus. So let's see what happens, but I think it's going to work out
Pure
fine.
propaganda, Trevor Noah.
A very nice rumor
You're a
that you
piece
go
of shit.
outside in the sun and you have heat, and it does have an effect on other viruses. But now we get it from one of the great laboratories of the world.
The virus. They're working hard. Looks like by April, in theory, when it gets a little warmer, it miraculously goes away. I hope that's true.
I love that. Thank you, Kathy, for that. And so important to kind of read between the lines there a little bit with a lot of the things that POTUS says, and so that's a great point. Another thing I saw, and if I don't have it, I will. I think I do have it dialed in here. Let me pull it up, but it just goes to all the times that President Trump basically said the number 17 when he was in office, and let me see if we have that. This is also from Kathy, which is very important, folks. We got to keep an eye on this, and that is the Wayfair Avalon Firm down bed pillow. Okay, $15,999.99, 16,000 a piece. Actually, they're going to throw the 666 in there, right? It's not just you're not a penny away on $15,999.99. Okay. And so you can report that 888-373-7888. Kathy, if you would let me know what that number actually goes to, that would be awesome. Because does that go to Wayfair? Should we be contacting Wayfair, or should we be contacting the human trafficking organizations that have been set up to try to put a stop to this, right? Let me see a couple things I want to hit you up with. This goes to the censorship, which I love. This was from Tina Justine, who I follow. She does some great work on Facebook regarding primarily the jab, the shot. Madison Cawthorn said, when you tear out the tongues of those who speak against you, you are not proving them liars. Instead, you are proclaiming on the altar of oppression that you are crippled by fear of what they might say. Madison, well done. And he's a North Carolina. Is he a congressman? I'm not quite sure. I don't know him. But that is fabulous. I love it. This is what was I saying about Gates earlier, that he's now warning us that the coming climate crisis will be deadlier than a coronavirus. That he warns about the dire consequences if the world does not achieve zero net carbon emissions by the year 2050, right? Of course, we're going to listen to what he has to say about the, about the Texas situation. We want to hear about that, right? No. In his new book, How to Avoid a Climate Disaster, Gates says that it is imperative that the world go from current 51 billion tons of emissions to zero within the next 30 years to avoid a catastrophe. This guy is completely about eugenics. That's the bottom line. I can't even talk about the guy. It's just worthless even spending a minute talking about him. Okay. And then he, flies on a private jet. He's got a huge carbon footprint, but not for thee, just for you and me. It's never for, about him. Okay. It's not about him. I thought this was interesting. This was from Brian Parker. This is, again, learn fractional banking with Monopoly rule number 11. What if the bank runs out of money? This is very hot issue because the Federal Reserve system went down. What if the bank runs out of money? Some players think the bank is bankrupt if it runs out of money. The bank never goes bankrupt. To continue playing, use slips of paper to keep track of each player's banking transactions until the bank has enough paper money to operate again. The banker may also issue new money on slips of ordinary paper. Federal Reserve. If you don't understand how it works, start with Rule 11 in the board game Monopoly. I love that. Because, by the way, this whole Federal Reserve situation that I'm sure you guys have heard of by now is basically, you're looking at, this is going to be, they have to show the chinks in the armor, right? They have to show the chinks in the system. Okay, so this system went down. We'll talk about it a little bit more when Todd gets on, but this system went down, and this is going to be replaced by the quantum financial system, so that this isn't a problem anymore. Okay, this isn't a problem anymore. All right. Love to see this. This is from Snedhead Michelle Hinton, and massive arrest still. The pedo ring is falling. Massive arrest behind the scenes, more each day and every day. MSM not reporting, people in high positions still resigning. Man jailed for sexually exploiting girl with special needs. Liverseed man, Sedge man jailed for raping and abusing young girl. Police charge one man searching for two others after human trafficking, sexual assault investigation. 20 years for multiple sexual offenses against children. Story after story after story. The U.S. Capitol Police, the suspension of the officers and involved in the Capitol situation. They asked for more help, but that was a whole setup, right? And then 2 more Missouri men arrested for participation. This is dealing with the what they're doing. They're still trying to pump up this narrative of the Capitol, and it's just not working. It's failing because they let him in, they let it all happen, and this was just I thought there was more on the. Here we go. 7 arrested for human trafficking in Itasca County. Okay. So there's more of these that are coming. Phoenix police, 37 predators nabbed in child sex crimes and human trafficking sting. 50 years, Illinois House Speaker, State Rep. This is one of those situations where people are resigning that have been in office for quite some time. Okay. This is ex-French Secretary of State, 63 and female accomplice are convicted over 2009 gape rape of woman they attacked after giving her a foot massage. I mean, folks, this stuff is Thai woman extradited U.S. indicted for role in international sex trafficking. That was just February 17th. This is all going down. Opera Australia CEO steps down. Radio personality guilty of child porn. So you're seeing these things happening more and more and more. It hasn't stopped since Biden's been in office, has it, folks? He's been supposedly the president since the 20th. Okay, it hasn't fallen off at all. Okay, and by the way, Bezos resigned. I forgot to mention that earlier. Right? He resigned. So what's going on there? What's going on? What has he got to hide? All right. Now, this is very interesting. I wanted to bring this up real quick because this was Vincent Fusca, who says, who's next? What is he talking about? Myanmar has now shut off all network communications nationwide and is informing the public of the high crimes via their emergency broadcast systems. All internet and cell phone communications have been temporarily cut off until the transfer of power is complete. Sound familiar? Okay. Do you know how the mainstream media was playing that up to make it look like the military control of Myanmar was somehow worse than the absolute corrupt political control that existed before that? And so you're starting to see why this is actually going down the way it is. Okay. Okay. So I wanted to see a few things. See if I had that, but let's have Tom Sidney call in. Power. Hold on. Oh, okay. This is, I wonder, do I do this? Let me pull this up. Yes. Okay. All right. Now, I don't see the beginning of this. Okay. But this is from Jody Lynn, and I actually saw a video, and I want to share this with you. This is really, really important. Okay. Now, all right. So this was the inauguration of President Trump. Okay, in the inauguration, and this was a 45-second TikTok video, so that's maybe why they didn't show him in. But there was a point when the military came in and stood behind him. Okay, and then they left. But listen to the part where they stayed. Okay, here we go.
But we are transferring power from Washington, D.C., and giving it back to you, the people.
All right, they were ushered in just for that. Amazing.
For too long,
how did we miss this?
A small group in our nation's capital has reaped the
See, now this guy comes back and he's taking them out. They were there.
Have borne the
Just
cause.
for that moment, just for that line.
Washington flourished.
Look at
but
that.
the people
Look at
did
that.
not share
How did we miss
in its
that?
wealth. Politicians prospered.
They've never done that before. They've never done that before.
That's a coffin. I love the responses. Okay. So, by the way,
But
that
we are
was
transferring power.
that was Jody, but it was via Barbara Ann. So thank you, Barb, for that. And this was something that I missed as well from the inauguration, that this person went back and found this, that moment when the military, just so you know, the military had just arrived. And then he went with that line, and then they left. So they were only there for a brief time during that moment. Okay. Let's see. Todd, Cindy, why don't you guys call in when you can? Let's try Messenger. That would be ideal, please. And you guys let me do it. Can you replay that clip? Yes, I can replay that clip. I think it would be great to replay that clip, actually. Thanks for asking.
But we are
Let me dial this in, and then I'll get you over to it. Here we go. All right, here we go.
But we are transferring power from Washington, D.C., and giving it back to you, the people.
All right, they were ushered in just for that.
They had just been
Amazing.
ushered in.
For too long,
How did we miss
a small
this?
group in our nation's capital has reaped the
See, now this
rewards
guy
of
comes back
government,
and he's taking them
while
out. They
the
were there
people have borne the
just
cost.
for that moment, just for that line.
Washington flourished.
Look at
but
that.
the people
Look at
did
that.
not share
How did we miss
in
that?
its wealth. Politicians prospered.
They've never done that before. They've never done that before.
Yeah. So the if somebody has the full video of that, please send it to me. But I will tell you this, that that there's no way that they that they had just come for that moment. I promise you that, because I had seen the whole thing. So let me see. Okay. Let me see. What else do I want to show you here tonight? I want to read to you what Justice Thomas said, as many of you have already read. This is from Kathy as well. So thank you for dropping it in my lap, Kathy. Justice Thomas basically dissented from the rest of the Supreme Court in not wanting to hear the cases regarding the election. Okay. All right. Let me dial this in. Hey, Cindy.
Hi there.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How's the sound doing?
I think it's good. I'm about to check in with the Snedheads here. How does Cindy sound to you guys? Cindy, go ahead and bring us up to speed on how you're doing, and haven't talked to you in a while, and we'll see how the sound is, please.
Okay. Well, Todd and I have been enjoying the past few days, regrouping, getting caught up on sleep, getting
Awesome.
back on a regular schedule for Todd, which is good. And my wrist is better. Thank you for the Healy advice on that.
Awesome.
So didn't have that, which is amazing.
Right.
And Mr. Snedheads
I know.
nice to be away, but yet you missed everybody too. So,
Mhm.
but we needed it to regroup. I know that there were several people wondering, "Where's the show?" But it's like, well, everybody's trying to censor us. So,
Thomas Klein says the sound is always good until Todd starts talking.
oh well, now Thomas.
Thomas.
We'll talk later, Thomas.
It's true though.
It's true
Hey,
though.
people are saying the sound is great, Cindy, and yeah, we're the censorship is bumming me out a bit, but it's it's part of the thing. That's what cracks me up when people start talking to us about that we're doing this for money, and meanwhile,
Yeah, that definitely is not the case.
first of all, because we don't have it. Second of all, because every time we open our mouth, we are being censored, or we're being throttled, or we're being, the numbers are being skewed. We're under attack here. We're under attack. I mean, all the videos, all those videos we did, YouTube, gone.
Yeah,
Twitch, gone.
it's disgusting.
It's disgusting. It's like somebody, walked in my home and stole stuff that I'd worked on. Imagine if those were all works of art that you and I and Todd were painting for the past, hundreds of episodes, and we have all these beautiful art in our gallery, in our studio, and somebody comes in and steals them. That's not okay. And that's exactly what's going on. So very, very frustrating that we're dealing with this.
Yeah. Trump never censored free speech. That was the liberals.
Yep. Absolutely.
He never used the media to silence his political opposition, did he?
No, never. And that just goes to show you the difference between the two.
Yeah. Absolutely.
By the way, we have 2,953 on, folks. I think we have to get another 47 people in the room so that we can get Todd on.
Yeah.
Bring it.
I think he'll talk to you, even though.
And
Now, we do not have our headphones on, so if you want us to go over to headphone, you'll need to tell us.
Okay, no, so sounds great so far. And by the way, we need to get the numbers up before Todd comes on, because we're certainly not going to get those kind of numbers once he starts talking. So
I knew it was coming.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great.
Awesome.
I've been having a heck of a time. This feels like I've been off for a month.
Yeah, it did feel like a long time, didn't it?
Yeah, and I just came home out of habit. I've had a couple little gigs to do, and hey, quit making that noise back there. No wonder we get kicked off. Yeah, I come home from work and I just get in the habit of going, okay, I've got to look at some stuff so I can have something to talk about tonight. And then I go, oh, there's no show. So then I keep studying and trying to figure out what's happening anyway, because it's just habit at this point.
Right. Right.
But then, all you have to do is just have your TV on at all, which we try not to, but we put it on for background noise, and I flip it around. I even put it on the awful channels, if you know what I'm talking about, to see what propaganda they're pushing. Yeah. And even they're getting into it. Like, if you just look in the backgrounds of some of these interviews, and you'll see stuff that you just kind of shake your head and laugh. It's like, that can't be on accident, Right. Like the CBS interview of the Trump lawyer, where they had the BS letters right behind her for CBS. But you put pictures on a tube, on a screen, so that people can see things. There's no way that that's an accident, that they had BS right behind her.
I want to see
But,
if I can find that because we played that. I think I had it. Um,
I had it. I posted it on my Facebook.
oh, okay. Let me look at
But
it. Look for it that way.
let me see
Um,
if I've got it in my regular pictures. It
okay.
might be buried on my Facebook. I'll see
Okay.
if I can help.
Um,
But stuff like that, Dave. It is not an accident. There's somebody that is sitting there looking at that and
yeah.
critiquing everything on that screen. If the lady has a booger hanging out of her nose, they know it. And when they have
Right.
BS on the
Right.
screen right behind her, it's not an accident.
Right. Right. They haven't.
And it
Yeah.
it cracks me up. And then I've got a couple other things to share. Oh my God, I forgot about this one. Now that I'm looking at my pictures, it's just hilarious. I mean, I sit here and I just click pictures of the screen, and I'm like, yeah, got to show that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Oh, I got a picture of you, Dave.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's not a very good one though. It's not the glamour shot you're used to.
Yeah. I need some glamour shots here. I need to step it up. I finally got a light that I think is not making me look so red. That's kind of cool.
You've got people painting your portrait though, Dave. That's I gotta say that's pretty cool.
I know that was pretty cool, huh?
Yeah.
Kevin Willett, I think. Kevin, thank you. Are you on here, bud? If so, um, how's this one? I'll pose just the rest of the show. I'll just do the rest of the show in a pose.
Yeah, I could see you doing that. maybe like put your arm up and flex.
Yeah. Oh, just gotta adjust my hair here. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Which way to the beach?
Yeah, I just flexed, and even then I was disappointed. By the way, so just so you know. Not the guns. The guns aren't what they used to be, pal. I got to tell you.
Well, we're not doing the same things either, so we don't stand a chance.
Cynthia Mann just posted, is there anyone, a Snedhead's patriot, that will help a fellow Snedhead, Dana, who's homeless in Ohio? Please help. Cynthia, what area of Ohio, and then maybe we can put it out there and, put some people in touch with each other. Because that, we gotta, yeah. So,
yeah, I mean, that's one thing we got to keep in mind, that there's a lot of people suffering. In fact, my business hasn't been exactly booming throughout this. People don't want you in their house doing work because they're scared, and a lot of people are holding tight to their money, because they don't know what's going to happen. Are they going to have a job? Who knows? So, I mean, it's understandable, and then you throw the sub-zero weather on top of it for the, couple weeks previous. And, you've got a construction worker's nightmare as far as money goes. But, usually I get to plan for it and get a little bit ahead of time before this. But COVID kind of even knocked the summer out. So,
yeah.
There wasn't that time to gear up for it. So it's not been a real construction worker's dream. And people are suffering, that's for sure. But I think people have to suffer in some small way, at least. Maybe not to the extent some people, a lot of people are suffering, but there has to be a bit of suffering so that this doesn't happen again.
Yeah.
And I would like to say, oh yeah, I've suffered enough, but unfortunately, I don't get to make that call.
Wendy Forhay said you can come to my house and do some work. Well, he's in Illinois, Wendy, so we'll let's figure that out.
Where is she?
Guy, Yeah, let me find out. Wendy, where are you?
Because,
Dixie.
I can drive places, continental United States.
So Dixie says, guys, I think I'm speaking to the choir here, but have you all seen Senator Whoever?
That's great.
Have you met my agent, Dixie? She's pimping me out here. Thank you, Dixie. Yeah,
hey,
Senator
Dave,
Whoever.
I sent it to you in Messenger. There's one that there's two pictures there that have the BS behind the.
Oh,
the,
great,
the
great,
interviewer.
okay.
I mean,
Awesome.
come on, people. This cannot be real.
I know, right? Hey, I'm glad we're back on YouTube. We got 1,000 on YouTube right now, which is pretty cool. So I'm grateful for honestly the fact that I have to be grateful for the censorship being taken away for the time being is really ridiculous. But by the way, if you sent me that if you dropped me the link to the full clip of the military coming in and going out, please send it again because I have to pull it up on the device that I didn't have up here. So please send it again. So what do you let me pull that up, man. Let me find that and from you and pull that up right now. Oh, here we go. Okay, so Todd, this is too much, dude. This is too much. I'm sorry. So folks, this was all right. I don't even know who this woman is because I don't watch this shit. But this woman is at CBS News, right?
Yes.
Right. And so they know what's in the frame. Todd, you said it before. You know, I when I was in in film, when I was making movies, my DP would say, do you want this in the frame? What do you want in the frame? Then I'd see it on the monitor before we'd roll. And I'd say, yeah, let's, might be a lens that's too long. So I'd say, let's do a 50 on that, see what that looks like, or let's back it up. We might have it on a dolly or something, but I would absolutely know my frame. And I would also absolutely know if she was blocking the rest, if the frame and her head was blocking everything except BS. Okay.
Well, and to be honest with you, that's almost, I caught that at a bad time because, I mean, 90% of it, most of the N was even covered. And I was just like, like that. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. And that's the way it was most of the time. And that's how I noticed it. I kind of look in the background, like a lot of these people you'll see that are being interviewed will have like bookshelves behind them.
Yeah.
And I always take a screenshot to see what books are there because sometimes that's very significant. But I've seen the same books behind people on multiple platforms that were different people in the room. I was like, do they all have the same bookshelf with the same books?
Wow.
It's like
there was question as to whether she had the Art of the Deal on her bookshelf, but I think it was Art of the something else.
Yeah. It was Art of the Millennium or something like that. I looked it up and I looked at the art and it was significant too. And also that like megaphone thing, the old time speaker thing.
Yeah.
That's kind of weird too. I couldn't really figure that out, but I mean, if you guys can't see, she's got BS right behind. It's just BS. And if you remember that interview, it's when Trump's attorney just kicked the snot out of her on it.
Yeah. Yeah. As a matter of fact, if you got that or if somebody has that, it would be good to show that whole thing. We don't necessarily need it, but it was just it just showed the subtlety of the indoctrination that most people will allow to just flow by. And this dude was like, I'm stopping this right now. Right?
Yeah.
I'm stopping it right now.
Yeah, because it was the way she phrased the question.
Exactly. And which was, again, was, pretty subtle if you're just, if you're not really paying attention. Right?
Right.
Which is really, it's really something. And
so I like to do this. It's kind of like a fun thing for me. It's not, I flip around and I look for anomalies like that because it just tells me, that I'm on the right track. It really makes me feel that way. It's just like when you sit there and you know that we got a fake Joe, I mean, it's just you've got to rethink and reset your whole mindset when you know that that's not the guy in the White House.
Yeah.
It's like I put the two pictures of the Joe, one from 2015 and 2000, just over the weekend, where the ear is attached and the ear is detached. It's like that doesn't happen. You don't go to a plastic surgeon and say, hey, could you please attach my earlobe to my jawbone?
Are you saying that the new Joe has different ears than the old Joe?
Slightly.
Yeah.
And then there's another thing that the old Joe had this kind of a gobbler that used to hang over his tie. And the new Joe never invades the white part of his collar.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, well, Joe must have had that meat taken off of his gobbler and put on his earlobe, so his earlobe could attach to his jaw.
Yep. Well, that's a pretty common surgery. Me being in L.A., Todd, that's called the gobbler switch. And what you got to do, you take a little skin from the chin and you put it to the ear. And
exactly.
And supposedly you talk less and listen more. It's a popular one for married couples that having difficulty. Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah. So let me. By the way,
I'm gonna send you a couple more, and I'll put this out there for you too, and that'll be the end of my little fun stuff that I look at. But this was significant too.
Okay, I'm gonna play this Trump thing real quick because they just dropped that to me. So this is when the military shows up at the inauguration. So I'm gonna play the whole bit from when they walk in to when they walk out. Here we go, guys.
That was great.
Isn't that awesome?
Done. Every 4 years, we gather on these steps to carry out the orderly and peaceful transfer of power. And we are grateful to President Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama for their gracious aid throughout this transition. They have been magnificent. Thank you.
All right, they hadn't come yet. There was somebody that came and put something down. Here they are.
Today's ceremony, however, has very special meaning because today we are not merely transferring power from one administration to another or from one party to another, but we are transferring power from Washington, D.C., and giving it back to you, the people.
The military is the only way.
For too long, a small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government while the people have borne the cost. Washington flourished, but the people did not share in its wealth. Politicians prospered, but the jobs left and the factories closed.
Todd, do you think that was an accident? Like, okay, guys, whoops, I made a mistake. We got to go back. Yeah, we got to go back. We weren't supposed to come at this moment. We're supposed to. No.
Yeah, they probably just slipped in there behind, and just were like, "Oh my God, we're in the picture."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, whoops. Again, it's the frame, right? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Camera 2, you have the military in the frame. They just walked into the frame. Get them out of the frame. They're in the frame.
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't
You in
realize
the
that.
back.
Yeah, this
You with
was
all the bars and stripes all over you. Get out of there.
okay. So you also notice that they show up after he talks about Obama and Big Mike, and then they jump into this. This is about giving the power from Washington back to the people. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So real quick. So from Cynthia Mann, Dana Taylor was blocked on Facebook for 30 days. She is disabled and needs help in Niles, Ohio. She is still on Messenger, however, though you can reach her there. So Dana Taylor, or if you want to reach out through the website, that'll go to Barbara, and we'll get it to Dana. Okay, if you forget her name or you don't, whatever. Let's see if we can get her some help there in Ohio, folks. Thank you, Cynthia, for sharing all that, and Dana, God love you and bless you, and see what we can do here. So let me go to your other little. Let's get back to your boy Biden. I can't remember, Todd. Did you vote for him or Trump? I can't remember. Trump.
I think it was Trump. But I was using a Sharpie, so I don't know.
And
they just told me where to put my X.
You also did it in Illinois, so you were probably superseded by quite a few dead people. So you got that going.
I was avalanched.
Yeah. All right. So what do you want me to pull up? This White House, the moment of silence?
Yes. If you show the main picture, I just took a picture of the set itself because that's what I call it. It's got to be either a set or a different. I'll explain where I'm going with this. But what it was the moment of silence that Kamala and her husband and fake Joe and whoever the fake Dr. Jill came out for a moment of silence for when they hit the 500,000 threshold on the COVID deaths.
Yeah. The 500,000 flu deaths.
Yeah.
And
heart attacks,
and pneumonia. Hey, Houston, we have a problem. My control board that I'm able to jump back and forth between screens has just disappeared.
Wow.
Okay, this is
Thomas was right.
Yeah, you screwed it up, dude. You're wow. Excuse me. By the way, somebody asked, does the White House still go dark?
Yes.
Yeah.
I can answer that.
Yes, it's going dark every night.
It's not always at the same time, but it's usually around 11.
Wow.
And it has been. And sometimes when I have my sleepless nights, which is a lot, I'll just pop it on to see if there's anything going on. Somebody actually said there were some buses pulling up to it tonight, just on the chat.
Is that right? All right.
So I was going to check it out, but I just wanted to show you guys this. There's not many people that have looked at the White House live feed more than me.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
one thing I can tell you is there's no trees around the White House anywhere
Whoa,
that
whoa,
have any
whoa.
green.
Yeah, dude. Hold on. All right. So I'm pulling this up. All right. So I've got it up now. I figured out how to get to where I needed to be. Now, okay, what we're looking at here is, as you said, the 500,000. This is the moment of
The
silence, right?
moment of silence, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And what are we looking at here? You're basically pulling up the trees in the dead of winter in DC that are fully leaved. And there's a bunch of
And there's even a little bit of undergrowth even down below. It looks like maybe something's popping out of the ground there, like below the bushes, almost like where you'd have flowers and stuff too.
uh-huh. Interesting. And are those candles?
I didn't really pay attention. Once I saw the leaves, I was like, I'm sorry, but this is not right.
Yeah.
So I just kind of got is there any way you can blow that up, Dave, or is that as big as you can get it?
You know what? Let me I can. Let me see.
But what we're looking at is it looks like late spring or late summer, not even to fall, is what I'm looking at. Those leaves are just covered in bright green, in perfectly green leaves.
Oh yeah, so we can blow it up pretty nicely here, bud.
Cool.
All right, so you see that? They are candles, they're votives. There's President Trump behind the door.
Peeking out.
Yeah.
Photo bomb.
Hold on, let's go in close. I think it is him. Hold on. There we go. Right there. Right there. He's behind the door.
He's probably up in the leaves.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So
the White House looks really nice there at that time of year, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, that wasn't done yesterday or this weekend, because even when you pan out, Dave, from that elevated position of the live feed, you can't find any green and any trees anywhere around the White House.
Mm-hmm.
Not even like 2 blocks to the right or 2 blocks to the left.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
Wow.
So they've got evergreen leaf trees there, or did they have somebody go up there and put all the leaves in the tree? I mean, come on.
Right.
It's
all right, I got
just
my
the stuff
control panel back.
It's just the stuff that people like me look at, and when I see stuff like that, it's like affirmation.
Yeah, dude, you got a problem. I'll be honest with you. You got it.
And every commercial is now almost every commercial I can look at and see something in it that doesn't make any sense.
Yep. It's we were talking about this earlier. It's blatantly obvious to those of us who are paying attention. Yeah.
It's a coffin.
I knew. I did that for you, by the way. I did that for you.
It's a coffin.
It's a coffin.
Dave does it better.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, it's his show. I don't want to show him up. Yeah.
Now, this is excuse me. This is here's a picture of the White House. So there are trees there, right? This is let me pull this up for you. There are trees there, like in that location. So we know it is the White House. But they're green here, but he's also out and he's it's baseball, so it looks like the spring. This was Trump there, right? Now,
Right.
what I'm looking for is a picture from now, right? Like from this time, of February
Oh, like
2021.
yeah, those must be the evergreen trees back there that they've got. Those ones with the really bright green leaves that stay there the whole year.
Yeah, right, right.
Dee Pritchett asked, she said she saw, she looked at it last night, and somebody was walking back and forth on the front porch. That person's there almost all the time,
Right.
or somebody.
Yep. Yep. Martha Hicks says, I used to think the White House was beautiful. I don't see it in the same way. I got to say that I don't see it in the same way.
No.
Since I realized that it was at the point of the pentagram, and realizing that it was the pentagram pointed right at the White House. That was disappointing to me and made me look at the White House very, very differently than ever before. I did want to.
I don't look at the Washington Monument the same either.
Right, right.
When you find out what that is.
Yeah, the phallus and the
penis of Osiris.
Yeah, yeah,
yeah. The part ISIS couldn't find.
Yeah. Let me see. Ernie says, Dave, who was the guy that got arrested at Gates Estate a couple days ago for child porn? That was several years ago, and it was one of his top head of securities. Teresa has a video. I think of the fence being taken down at the White House.
I had heard that, but I hadn't seen anything yet.
Okay. Let's see. What do we got here? Okay, so here's the White House. Let's see what we got here.
Cleaning up in the next, God knows, a week or so, and then they can decide about maybe removing this fence so we can all get a bit closer to the White House again. Anyway, the White House flag is at half staff right now because of President Biden's request to honor those who had passed away in the coronavirus. Hey, look at that. They're taking down the fence.
By the way, look at the trees.
The inner fence is being removed.
All right, they're taking down the fence.
Well, that's a good sign. There's another semi-tractor trailer.
See any leaves?
Pick up some of the pieces.
No leaves. But this is the other side. Yep. So on the other side of the White House, Todd, it's a different season.
Right, that's what it is.
Yeah.
This part of the park has been reopened for some reason, I guess. This tiny.
Now there's a tree with leaves, so we really need to see that side.
But please try to do something for my brother and sister. Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless America.
Let me see. Let me see if this guy goes to the other
behind.
side.
Was where this house is only a very long life.
I don't think he did.
Different administration away at a very young age. This house here was the home of Alice Roosevelt Longworth.
I don't think he goes to the other side.
Quietly, quickly, secretly, he can come out this alley.
So this yellow house here.
White House secret entrance.
Dolly Madison. This is
back door to the White House. If you go down this alley, there is a big vault entrance to the Treasury Annex. And if you get down in the Treasury Annex, there is a tunnel over to the Treasury. There is then a tunnel from the Treasury to the White House. So if for some reason, if any reason the president needs to get out of the White House quietly, quickly, secretly, he can come out this alley.
So this yellow house here is the home of James and Dolly Madison. How it goes around here.
Let me
Snowed
see.
yesterday, and it's pretty much melted. It's just how it goes around here. One there in the past bathroom or do something else, but maybe we'll see it from the other angle. I drove by the Vice President's house on Sunday on the way to my kids. We're walking down Embassy Road towards the Vice President's house, and already I can see a crane up in the air. Well, maybe it just moved down. There was a crane behind that tree. Maybe we'll see it from the other angle. I drove by the Vice President's house on Sunday on the way to my kids' soccer game, and they were actually working on the chimney on a Sunday, which, you know,
Evergreen, evergreen, evergreen.
You know, having government work on a Sunday? Kind of wild. So we're at the Vice President's house, and on that chimney on the left, there is a big tarp over the top. In fact, about a minute ago, there was a crane. They just lowered it, and I think they're reloading more supplies. We'll go around the side, see if we can see anything different. So here we are on the other side, and through that. Now, I've shown you the Winston Churchill statue in the back, and on British soil. Rattling the lines, many of you might not know. So.
All right, so I guess we're not going to see that side of it in this video, but if you have any video that shows the White House on that side, that would be kind of cool. And but thank you for that, Teresa, for that just to see that the fence is being taken down, right? Yeah. Castle Rock doesn't really have an external picture or an external match to the White House, just an internal. Oh, yeah, Melinda mentions that the monument, the Washington Monument, is 666 feet from base to tip. Yeah, D, it all needs to be torn down.
Yep. There's no saving it.
Yeah. Okay, Shannon sent us a video of the back of the White House taken this morning. All right, let's check this out.
Cool.
Yeah, here we go. Let's see what we got here.
Are you attracting too many coaching clients or potential coaching clients from social media who can't?
No. All right, let me turn that down. So this is video. It looks like the trees have leaves. The candles are gone. But seeing the edge of these trees.
Guys, gal, welcome all 6 of you.
I can't see it really. It's that little corner.
Later after we get this thing.
All right, he's going to pan it.
That's a good shot of our flag, isn't it? All right, let's go across the roof. It's funny, all the Secret Service guys are like talking to me now because I'm doing this stuff and nobody else is.
See, the trees have leaves.
The real dark green, like super healthy summer type leaves, Dave, or just leaves? Because I've seen leaves with green and I've seen leaves with kind of green, kind of like, oops.
Mm-hmm.
Bet you're talking about me right now. That's an interesting thought.
Yeah, so those trees. So what were you saying about the?
You see the leaf. Well, I'm behind you, but see, if you look to the right, they're not as green as the green that you saw on those. Like the dark.
Yeah, this one looks like a pine.
The lower one, yeah. Well, I'm behind you, so I'm like probably a good 10 to 15 seconds behind.
All right.
What are they looking through, like a telephoto lens?
It's kind of weird. Kind of weird. And this was 11 hours ago. So thank you for that, Shannon. That was awesome. So
cool.
But it's the kind of thing where you're looking for clues, Todd, but at the same time, we already know.
Right.
You know, we already know that that he's not there, that he's not. So it's kind of like we got to be careful not to get caught up in the stuff. What did you think about the smoke yesterday? Sig13 is asking.
Oh, the smoke at the White House?
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't really pay too much attention to it, to tell you the truth. You know, it's just whatever catches my eye.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like, you know, I try to find my own stuff, I got to admit, because otherwise, you know, when you're just sharing other people's stuff, it's kind of like when we do 17 drops and something hits, you know, and you're like, whoa, that's really cool, you know. I get more fun out of trying to dig for my own stuff. So I see it and I look at it and I go, oh yeah, I see there's some smoke, but I didn't really pay too much attention to it. Cindy did more than I did. What
was your take on it, Cindy?
Well, I think Todd's putting too much on that. I didn't. All I did was comment about the word smoke. I didn't really put too much emphasis on it.
Let me show. Let me show it.
Yeah,
there's some pictures. Shannon Green is posting a bunch of pictures. This looks like. It doesn't look like DC. Oh, here they are. Okay, there's some smoke coming out of the White House. Looks like behind. You know, again, you know, I honestly, guys, I don't know what's going on with the smoke. You know, it's all speculation, obviously. And honestly, I don't get too caught up in these types of details simply because I know what's happening. I don't need to be.
Yes, you do, Dave. Quit lying.
Hey, the only smoke I'm concerned about is the smoke you're blowing up my ass trying to tell me that about the White House.
You can believe whatever you want.
Maybe it's code for smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, right. Right. Yeah.
So Julie Kakrasia, she said Ghost Ezra talked about how it couldn't have been steam because the way it built up over the night.
Yeah, Ghost Ezra had said something about take a lot of pictures between tomorrow and everything.
Kathy said they're probably saging the place.
Probably. There's not enough sage in the world for that place.
You could just burn it all.
By the way, Shelley sent a picture. It shows that there are magnolia trees on the front of the White House.
God. Lisa said funny. It was Hunter smoking crack.
Now that's funny.
Wow.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
That's hilarious.
That's great. That's great.
Good one,
Lisa Masserant, Rayomi. Oh my God, that's great.
Fabulous.
Okay, so Joe's there, then that proves it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yep. That's the proof.
Joe with the new ears, he's there.
That's all the proof we needed. Hey, what's this Pennsylvania dude, you know, the health commissioner? What's he doing? Should I play that?
The lovely lady? Yes.
The lovely lady that Biden's yeah, okay, I'll play that. Hold on. I miss her. I haven't you know what? I honestly haven't spent much time with her since she took her own mother out of the nursing home and forced all the others to keep her there.
The protocol developed in the Netherlands has two phases. The first phase, at the young adolescent age, is to give what are called a pubertal blocker. You give a medicine to block the progression of puberty, so you don't go through the wrong puberty. And then to continue some counseling. And then somewhere between 14 and 16 years of age, to start slowly cross-gender hormones. And they have to go through puberty. surgery doesn't happen, it's going to take years. So you start low doses, you gradually increase, so that they never go through the wrong puberty. That way, for a transgender woman, male to female, their voice doesn't drop, they don't have hair, they don't have to have electrolysis. For a transgender man, they don't have breast development that will need surgery, they don't have periods, etc. So you block puberty, and then you can, at the appropriate time, send them through the puberty consistent with their gender identity. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense that you should never be anywhere near any decisions for our family or for our health. That's what makes sense to me in that situation. By the way, I just want to go back to this, Todd. This is the, you remember you mentioned the megaphone, right?
Yep.
I honestly think that is symbolic for how long this BS has been happening. Why else would you have that there?
It's strange, isn't it?
Yeah, it's to if you go back to the days of even radio, and the narrative was controlled. And so this does not surprise me that they're putting this here as a message for how long this narrative has been taking place. Oh, by the way, also, many of the Snedheads have said that President Trump walked behind him at the end of the interview, towards the end of the interview.
Yeah, that's I could never get, I don't know, I do a lot of my stuff on my phone, so I couldn't get a real good shot to see if it was him. It's like the one of Trump coming off the golf course where he says, he's not done yet.
Right.
That doesn't even look like President Trump on my phone.
You mean when he's coming off the golf course?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even think twice about it, because to me it looked like him.
Yeah, I took a bunch of shots with my phone, and it didn't look like him.
Interesting. Hey,
because I have a kind of weird thoughts of there was a picture of him. I guess Scavino tweeted out today or tonight a picture of President Trump with Jack Nicklaus on the course.
Oh yeah.
And I'm trying to figure out why they don't have a no-fly zone over Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, we know
that
Trump
still
has
the case?
doubled.
Is that still the case, by the way?
Yeah. As far as like over the weekend, I saw a couple monkeys that kept pointing out that there were no-fly zones over Mar-a-Lago, because he kind of he checks that every time.
Yeah. That's a good point. I think it's a great point, and definitely kind of brings, is he at Mar-a-Lago? Certainly that wasn't him in that picture when they were all sitting around inside in Mar-a-Lago. I didn't believe that was him. So,
right.
I really do think that he's just out of the picture in a big way.
And then the assassination attempt, supposedly.
Right.
It really, to me, how they said that they tried to shoot him and the bulletproof window stopped him.
Right.
Wouldn't you do the reconnaissance on that and say, hey, guys, before we go through all of this problem of me hanging off of a helicopter and making this incredible shot, should we maybe check and make sure that those aren't bulletproof windows? I mean, that's like kind of like the normal recon.
Yeah. Like it's very it doesn't make sense. It's kind of sloppy. It's almost like it's a set up propaganda. It's set up a narrative, right?
Yeah.
Hey, a couple things. I want to hit this before I lose it. A couple of Snedheads are doing some great stuff. Teresa Buchter talking about the thing behind the BS, right? She said bullshit amplified.
That's great.
Which I think is great, right?
Yeah.
And then Lori says megaphone, make America great again. All right,
love it. Yeah.
And Duda and Mav said EBS, emergency broadcast system, right? And Mike says he hears his master's voice, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
That was the old
dog.
RCA with the dog. Yeah.
Yep.
That's awesome. It's like saying, "Can you hear me?" from K. Let me see.
Do you hear what we're talking? You know, hear what we're saying. With this.
Yeah.
Listen to this.
Stephen McKee says it's like a carnival barker. Hello, come see the bearded lady. BS. Gay said, "Isn't that a gramophone?" Let's see. BS right in our face. Yep. Eli says that he was in the back in one of the frames. The other thing, reacting to the woman, the woman man,
the who?
The wool man, who
That's
was
a man.
That's a man, baby. Ruth Ann says depopulation stop the natural development. Yeah.
Yes.
Make no mistake about that, folks. I'm getting some feedback again from you, brother, like we were the other night.
Weird.
Yeah. That just started, by the way. Just started. If we still get it, maybe we'll try to reconnect. But
I'll mute it.
Thank you, man. So, Todd, definitely, these types of agendas are no question about it. They are. It is all about depopulation and eugenics. No question about it. That this kind of thing is all about that.
Well, yeah, a lot of it is to make men and women sterile.
Yeah.
So that fits, with some of the things that I've been seeing with, what they are dumping on us.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Yep. And by the way, folks, you want your daughter, your granddaughter to, or your grandson or your son to be sterile. Let them walk around with a cell phone in their pocket for the next 5-6 years. That'll do it. This is being warned. This is absolutely affecting sterility. Mike, thank you for your donation. Really appreciate you, Mike Lazari. And Maria, thank you for your donation. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Todd, I've got Biden pulled up here. This little video you sent me. So let me play that real quick, and then you can speak to that here.
All right.
They're just doing a little better job of it. No. That's how to beat this pandemic. Don't do a real long one. You know where we look. They're just doing a little better job of it.
Very interesting neck there, bud. You think we got another issue?
Yeah, they're manipulating it. Because his skin never crosses over his white collar.
Mm-hmm.
Which would be kind of the way it would be if you were to do a certain manipulation.
Yeah. Yeah.
You would use that as your line. That's where they have all the problems. Even they're getting better. They're doing better at it. They're trying to hide it more.
Yeah.
You know, they can't make it obvious all the time, but you can also look at the ear, and then, you know.
Yeah, this is connected. This is connected, no question about it.
Yeah, it goes right down to his jawbone.
Yeah.
So, but I started paying attention to like his right above his tie area. In that, if you look at all of his natural speeches in like 2015, he did a speech on YouTube, and his gobbler dangled over his collar.
Yeah.
And you know, you just when you turn your head and you know you have a little bit of loose skin there, it kind of goes over the collar.
Yep.
And yeah, I look at it and I'm like, man, how many people do they have involved in all this?
Yep. Yeah. And you know, the other thing too is that you know, what was very significant about what he just said is that the vaccine is safe, right?
Right. How do they know?
Yeah. How do you know? You hadn't been tested. It hasn't been, you know, in the marketplace for any length of time.
What's the 5-year or what's the 1-year study on it?
Yep, exactly.
You know,
2-year study, 3-year study. You know, what the hell are you talking about? It's safe, dude. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You just don't know what you're talking about. And so to say it's safe and it's not, you know, that it's not an absolute definitive is just, it's not cool. It's just not, it's not responsible. It's not responsible.
Right.
It's not responsible. Now, I watched something today that talked about how and by the way, let me go. Christy dropped this. This was February 15th in the Snedheads. And you look at, this is, if you go in tight on Biden, you see he's very, very different than what he used to be. Same thing with Big Mike, same with Kamala, which we, you know, just really weird when we went into that video that she did. You've got Hunter, you've got this Zuck alien guy,
the barbecue guy.
The barbecue guy. Come on, man. It's, are you paying attention yet? You know, listen, we don't have to be 100% right on the trees outside the White House. We don't have to be 100% right on whether or not Biden's, you know, neck should be going down over his collar. We don't have to be 100% right on whether or not he's been in the White House or he's been in Castle Rock. Are you just paying attention to know that something is very, very wrong here? Very, very wrong.
And even on Valentine's Day, I tried to get a live feed where I could see the hearts, you know, because that was supposed to be like, as you look at the live feed, would have been down the drive on the right.
Uh-huh.
And I couldn't see them, but, you know, but that's been manipulated anyway.
Hey, guys, go to the IndoctriNATION Snedheads fan page. Great information drop in there daily. Just please check that out. Just answer a few questions, and you will be joined there. Thanks for all the admins over there doing some great stuff. We'll talk more about that. Yeah, so please check that out on Facebook. And we lost our last one, and that had over 4,000 you know, people, and so it's just not it's not okay that they just wiped it away. Wiped it away. All that work, Stephanie Marie started it, and so many of you, Dixie, Cindy, Patty, so many of you did such great work on that, and then they wiped it away, just got rid of it. Okay, so just know that this will not sit. Okay. Yeah. So, Todd, I got a decode from Christy Kilburn on the Tiger Woods accident, and I know you were playing around with that today with the logo, right?
Yeah, his logo and Trump's signature looked very. They had so many. They were so similar when you think of the three, almost like pyramids involved.
Mm-hmm. Right. So let me see, Mike. Let me see. I gotta do this.
Oh God, these comments, you guys are. Sometimes I miss just seeing the comments.
I know. Hit me with some.
Craig Charlton said, Charlie Ward said, if you can smell a fart through your mask, the virus is way smaller. How do you think it will stop a virus?
Exactly. Yep.
I always like, since I still have the nasty habit of smoking, if I put my mask on, I'll just blow my smoke through it and go, yeah. And then, you can just, it's like, shouldn't that be catching it?
Exactly.
Since I wear my mask I think I've worn it about 1% of the time, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And I've worn it on purpose. If I had to go in like a hospital, I wear it like a Gomer. Like I wear it
Hospital.
like, well, weren't you in an accident?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was in a hospital. Yeah.
Concussion. Hello.
Yeah. So yeah, I would wear it like, kind of like if you saw Bill Clinton at the inauguration.
Yeah.
He had it down on his chin and his mouth was open, and then he had it on his nose, but his mouth was open. And I just walk around like I'm an idiot, like a complete idiot. Or I even have it sometimes hanging off my ear. I'm like, do I really need this? Or if it says I have to wear a mask and I just wear it like that, usually the girl at the counter just says, whatever,
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know, Christy, I don't know who did this breakdown, but last night David Spade tweet with Tiger Woods, notice the pedo caps coincidence. And let me show you what we're looking at here. This is the post, and somebody said just don't get in an SUV with them. And supposedly that was done like on the 22nd, but I have not got confirmation. Have you guys got confirmation on that? By the way, supposedly he's doing better after the surgery. And I think he was awake and he was doing okay. And Robert, remind me of that, and I'll get to that. Well, let me jump on that real quick so I don't forget. Robert asked, do you know what the history is between Clarence Thomas and Biden? Yeah, Biden was very, very aggressive towards Clarence Thomas in the Anita Hill situation. I was actually in Turkey during that whole situation, but he was very, very aggressive. So Clarence Thomas has no love lost for Biden, the way he attacked him over the Anita Hill situation, and basically, made Clarence Thomas guilty, right, before he was proven innocent, right?
Oh, I went back through and watched that video. It's crazy.
It's brutal, right? He attacks
he's
him.
Brutal.
Yeah,
complete attack. It was all Biden actually ran that whole saying. He was in charge of it.
Yep.
And if you can imagine, I mean, that guy, he shouldn't be in charge of anything. Never should have been.
Right, exactly. There are Tiger
And,
Woods.
just look at his Build Back Better campaign.
Yeah.
I mean, what was he thrown out for the first time he ran for the presidency? Plagiarism.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was plagiarism. He used the speeches of the where he said, he talked about, like, my grandmother was the first one to go to graduate from college, and it was word for word off of the Englishman. I can't remember his name, but anyway, it was like 3 blatant circumstances of plagiarism.
Yeah.
And so now you're telling me that's when Boris Johnson uses Build Back Better for England, for Great Britain, he is going to use Build Back Better as his campaign slogan at the end.
Well,
it
was just a throwback to, plagiarism ruined his run the last 2 times.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now we're 0 for 3. It's got to be staged. It can't be. They couldn't be that ignorant. They would have to say, Joe, you can't use that. I'm sorry, you already got knocked out of 2 presidential races because of it.
Yeah.
This time you have to come up with your own.
Yeah.
And then that to me is blatant.
Hey, by the way, Biden, going after Clarence Thomas, and now knowing what we know about Biden, going after Clarence Thomas for that is just really just amazing. And the mainstream media even pronounced Joe Biden's career dead due to plagiarism. He plagiarized the Jack Kennedy speech. He plagiarized so much. And he lied about what he did. But anyway, we won't go down that path. But I wanted to mention Victoria Nissen says that Tiger's father was in the military and part of MK Ultra. Victoria, would you send me what you have on that, please? That's very interesting.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
I know Braham Ogilvy said it was Neil Kinnock. That's who it was, and he's Welsh. The speech
that Biden plagiarized.
Yeah, the Biden speech. That Anyway, I stayed. Yeah.
Again, narrow that down for me, Todd. He's plagiarized so much. You can't even narrow it down.
Yeah, he did it in law school too.
Yeah.
And that was to get in the top out of 83 students, I think he was like 77 or something like that. And he said he graduated top of his class.
Yeah, exactly.
On a scholarship.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So I wanted to go to a couple comments here. Breaking news, Washington, D.C., a major fire has broken out in a building on 30th Street Northwest in Washington, D.C. That's from WYAZ. Champy Gal says Biden hasn't done anything for Black History Month. That's interesting. I guess he
hasn't scheduled the State of the Union yet.
Oh, yeah. Nice one. Okay.
That was going around today. A bunch of people, I saw a bunch of people had posted that, and I've looked it up. And most presidents have done it, and they don't call it the first one, the State of the Union. Actually, it's just an address to Congress. But usually it's done in February.
Yep, good point. So also, yeah, Neil Kinnock's speech, yes. I want to go to that and see. But with all the smoke that we're seeing, that major fire may be an issue, possibly. I wanted to go down this tweet. I'm just gonna fly through this because Christy Kilburn shared it, and I haven't looked into it deeply. But supposedly, Tiger Woods and the giraffe mindset. I don't understand that. But if you guys know, please let me know. Tiger Woods crashed on Route 107, dropped the 017. Coincidence? Involved in a rollover car crash where the sunroof doesn't break. 3 rare giraffes electrocuted by power today, which is the Rothschild's giraffe, posted at timestamp 17 minutes or 17. Coincidence? Jimmy debuts the TW Giraffe song, Tiger Woods' Giraffe song. I'm guessing that's Jimmy Kimmel. Golf Channel tweet emphasizing on 24 feet 8 inches or 248. Q drop 248. Fly Roths fly. Rothschilds. Coincidence? For Kobe. Big game hunter who shot giraffe defends actions by saying pedophiles are worse. Goes on talking about a 17-year-old giraffe. Coincidence? Department of Defense tweet featured the London Eye forming a Q. Their all-seeing eye being destroyed by Q. Coincidence? Connect the dots with decode. Coincidence? Some good stuff there. What would be great is, I don't know what the giraffe mindset is that they're talking about there. Okay.
The other thing, Dave, was the very first photo, or well, actually video that I saw where they were talking about the accident. The distance that he traveled was added up to 17. It was like 692 feet, where it added up, to 17.
Wow.
And I did notice it was on Route 107.
Wow. By the way, in a situation like that, guys, it doesn't necessarily mean that he absolutely went that distance with his car, but they'll make it that distance to point us in a certain direction, right?
Yep.
Let's see.
Yeah. Cindy and I were watching it, and I said, "Look at that, 2 17s in the same picture." And she was like, she looked at it, and she goes, "Oh my God."
Yeah. Lioness, I'm not on Rumble yet. We'll be there. Let me see.
Annette Miskey Colbath said giraffe belongs to Rothschild, and I think I have heard that before.
What do you mean?
Some connection between the Rothschilds and giraffe.
Okay. Cool. Okay. Debbie says that Trump had a lot of codes for gematria when he called into Fox. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Let me see. What else we got? Yeah, so this is the tweet. And let me pull that up. So this was the tweet. Golf lesson with this guy. This is David Spade's Twitter. Okay. golf lesson with this guy today, and you know what? He's not bad. He picks things up very quickly. Good listener. Okay. Got the palm tree. Is that, Epstein related? We don't know. Tiger Woods logo, questionable. But look at down here. This was February 22nd, 2021. Okay. The accident occurred yesterday, right? With Tiger, Todd? And then
yes.
So yesterday was the 23rd, am I correct?
Yeah, it was the day before.
Yeah, so just don't get in an SUV with him. Mark Maggiore. Is that, what's going on there? And let's see.
Was that a comment below?
Yeah, it was a comment below, but it's dated February 22nd.
Yep.
And let's see if we can find this cat. Mark Maggiore. This is the dude right here. Mark Maggiore. Follow, because he can see into the future, so I'm going to follow him. Only 65 followers, and he just made that comment.
Wow.
And by the way, his tweet before that, Todd,
yep,
was November 17th, 2020. So in other words, Now that wasn't a tweet of his, it was just a response. But let me double check. Let me make sure that we're dealing with the same guy here. Okay. He's got a red jacket on right here. All right. Now let's go over to the here. He's got a red jacket on at the left of frame, right? Okay. And while he made that comment, his last one was, I tried to make my own apple pie flavored Pepsi. It did not go well. And that was November 17th, again, 2020. And then before that, October 5th and April 18. So he literally did about 4 tweets last year. Literally, he did 4 tweets. Very interesting. Now, yeah, again, that it wasn't a tweet, it was just a comment. So maybe the guy just goes around making comments, right? But
well, remember when I was getting kind of good information from some Twitter people?
Yeah.
And they were like people that had dogs or no faces, and then they were members from like 2014 and maybe had, 10 followers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But they just had like extremely good information.
Yep.
I wonder if it's kind of long. How many followers did he have?
Oh, geez.
And like, when was he? How long has he had his account? Because
65 followers. Joined February 2009. 65 followers.
65.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's almost impossible.
Right.
If you just your family and friends and your close relatives, you almost end up, in that amount of time, you'd end up with more than 65 normally. But
okay,
it's possible.
So he either works at SeaWorld, or he went to SeaWorld and he bought a SeaWorld jacket, and he's here with the penguins because that's a SeaWorld jacket right here. He's with the penguins. So what do you guys make of that? I don't know. But very interesting that he can see into the future. I find that very intriguing.
Wow.
Okay.
Alana just sent me something really cool. I'll send it to you.
Hey, real quick, while we were on the Clarence Thomas subject, let me just read what I was going to do before you guys called in. And this was his comment to the dissenting to the other justices. One wonders what this court waits for. We failed to settle this dispute before the election and thus provide clear rules. Now we again fail to provide clear rules for future elections. The decision to leave election law hidden beneath a shroud of doubt is baffling. By doing nothing, we invite further confusion and erosion of voter confidence. Our fellow citizens deserve better and expect more of us. I respectfully dissent. Who on the left, Todd, would read that and actually say, yeah, he's just partisan? You know, it just doesn't make any damn sense. And
right.
Nobody in their right mind would say this. You know, so it's pretty amazing. Hey, speaking of judges, this from Christine Nance Taylor. Federal judge indefinitely blocks Biden administration 100-day moratorium on most deportations. So that's fantastic. So they issued a moratorium on deportations, and a federal judge late Tuesday indefinitely banned President Joe Biden's administration from enforcing a 100-day moratorium on most deportations. U.S. District Judge Drew Tipton issued a preliminary injunction sought by Texas, which argued the moratorium violated federal law and risked imposing additional costs on the state. Mr. Biden proposed the 100-day pause on the deportations during his campaign as part of a larger review of immigration enforcement and an attempt to reverse the priorities of former President Donald Trump. Mr. Biden has proposed a sweeping immigration bill that would allow the legalization of an estimated 11 million people living in the U.S. illegally. He has also instituted other guidelines on who immigration and border agents should target for enforcement. Yeah. So, hey, not bad to see a little bit of sanity in a sea of insanity.
Well, remember how the judges that were on the left treated Trump on everything that he wanted to do? Now you got to figure Trump's put in, almost 300 judges and three Supreme Court judges. Although we know, that system's got to go. So the way I look at it, Dave, is in the Supreme Court, if you need 4 judges to vote one way to look at the information, then we're going to get 3.
Mm-hmm.
Because why didn't Amy Coney Barrett, vote along just to see it? He just put her in,
right?
And she knew it was going to be coming. So I think this is all part of the plan, so that military is the only way.
Yep.
They have to go through everything and make it look like they expanded. They expended every resource they could legally before.
Yeah.
It comes down.
Yeah, exactly.
And like you said before, we've got the Myanmar model now.
Yeah.
And Gene Decode was smart to point out also that about 80% of the drugs that come out of Asia go through there, and all of the human trafficking and all of that stuff, is highly involved in Myanmar.
Here's the thing. By the way, Faye Sheehan shared that video of the inauguration. Thank you, Faye. Here's the thing about that, Todd, is that when you have control over the population of the planet, and you have control over the countries, why would you not have the trafficking of children and human beings across the planet? Why would you just pick a couple places to do it? No, you can do it all over the planet, and you can get your pick of the litter. You can do more and more business the more children you get. It's a huge, huge problem, and it just goes to show the absolute reach of the deep state, of the cabal across the planet.
Right.
No question about it.
Absolutely.
Martha, Martha had an idea, but I missed it. Martha, look into the federal law thing and see if Biden has actually had any laws have passed. I don't remember what it's called. The Federal Register, Martha. So this was one of the things that I covered a couple weeks ago or several weeks ago. I can't remember exactly when, but it was the difference between the executive orders and the executive actions. Okay, executive actions hold little weight from a legal standpoint, and it's almost like a recommendation, like try the tilapia from your waiter. That's an executive action. Okay, an executive order would be, you got to pay for this meal you just ate. You can't dine and dash like I may or may not have done in my lifetime once or twice. When I was very young, Todd. I was
at Mr. Ted's.
yeah, dude. I was in my I was very young. I was in my 30s. So what?
Yeah, you're naive then.
Yes. Hey, from Christy Kilburn, species name Rothschild's giraffe, aka the Baringo or Ugandan giraffe, Giraffa camelopardalis rothschildi, one as many as 9 giraffe subspecies. Giraffe taxonomy is still an area of active study, and one study published in 2007 but not yet widely accepted suggests they may actually be 6 separate species. Duh. Come on, Christy. Like, I didn't know that already.
I know. What is she trying to say?
I don't know. She's trying to, act all smart and everything and trying to
check out the big brain.
I knew that. IUCN Red List status, endangered, but on the verge of being classified as critically endangered due to rapidly declining populations. For 3 of this specific subspecies to be electrocuted. Yeah.
Oh.
Very interesting. So this, Christy, really narrows it down to the Rothschild's giraffe. Okay. Very nice. Wow. Very cool. Great info there. Thank you, Christy.
Yeah, great info for all those people out there that didn't know it,
Yeah, but for Todd and I, and Cindy, I know Cindy's dialed into this too.
Cindy's heavy into giraffes and their ties to the Roths.
Giraffes and I see eye to eye. So there we go. Hey, what let's see. What else did you want to drop today, bud?
Well, there were deltas today.
Oh, okay. Yes.
There have been wild deltas. There have been good deltas, but here's kind of my take on it now. It's so funny because when you've paid attention to them for so long, it's like when you're shown back to them again and
Yep.
they hit, it's like you go, of course they did. But then what do you do with it afterwards? You know, I'm
Right.
looking for the tweet or for the emergency broadcast system. You know, it doesn't
Yeah.
change my. It doesn't put me in any different frame of mind right now.
Yep. Yep.
So, you know, I took one the other day. I took it 40 posts deep. I think it was on yesterday's deltas, and they were all hitting. It was like, of course they did. I mean, it was all pertinent stuff, really good. But I was like, you know, it doesn't really get you that excited anymore because you've done it so many times.
Right. Right. Right.
But they're still like, no, everything's cool. You know, it's like,
Well,
all right, guys.
that's the only thing that we really are looking for at this point with the drops. And honestly,
Right.
we don't even need to go deep, but just the fact that if you're concerned about where we're at in this whole picture, like I mentioned, the fourth quarter, right? You know, you can go to the drops, the deltas, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year deltas of today, of tomorrow, and you can kind of see what's going on and what we anticipate is going to happen. But it just kind of reaffirms what we already believe, and that is that this is well, you know, documented. This is well planned. This is well strategized. Now, Christy dropped another great thing that I want to get back to here. And this is Tiger Woods in the giraffe mindset. As a competitor, Tiger Woods' chronic back pain and suspected herniated disc was sure to have been a low blow on top of his other personal struggles. For one of the greatest golfers in history, an athlete who redefined the game of golf and inspired a new generation of fans and golfers alike, facing a lifetime of chronic pain and a low likelihood of ever competing again is a low many would have had a hard time recovering from. I've been there. I would agree. It's not easy, right? His decline started with lower back pain at the Barclays, now the Northern Trust tournament. Within years, pain was enough to cause him to withdraw from numerous tournaments and end his winning streak. He had begun his journey to a giraffe mindset, beginning with a violent birth. A violent birth, a cycle of falls and rises. This is called the giraffes of technology. Giraffes are vulnerable at birth. The event is a rude awakening, a survival test, and a rough and tumble introduction onto the plains of Africa. Tiger Woods has been at his lowest in recent years in constant severe pain, unable to walk without help or even easily get out of bed in the middle of the night to use the restroom. Another shot at playing in the majors seemed a far-off dream, but the giraffe mindset forces an answer to the question, do I lie still or rise? Tiger chose to rise. This is from Chapter 3, Giraffes of Technology. Giving up is never in the equation. Pushing and being competitive is what got me into the situation, but it's also what got me out of it. Tiger Woods. So he rose back to his career, right? And it's called The Greatest Comeback in Sports, Tiger Woods' Giraffes of Technology, right? And they're talking about his comeback. And so this happening and the giraffe's execution just seems to have a definitive connection here, okay? So something definitely...
Well, and think of this, you know, Rush just died this week, and
right.
Tiger, and they both just got the Medal of Freedom from President Trump.
That's a good point. Yeah. That's a very good point. Yeah. Yeah. And the three rare giraffes that were executed were executed in Kenya, by the way, which is, what do we know about Kenya? You know, the birthplace of our former Presidente. And also they executed by power lines, right? Power lines. So Patricia says it wasn't Tiger Woods in the car wreck. Somebody said they had a video of that. I'll probably watch that tomorrow. Maybe we'll show it tomorrow night. I will say this, guys. Tomorrow night, by the way, we've got 2,600 beautiful humans here. And I will say that tomorrow night, I think I will have a surprise for everybody. I think you'll be very excited. And I got some good things in work. I might have 2 surprises for you tomorrow night. Maybe 2.
2?
Maybe 2. Yes. Yep.
Holy shit.
If you can stand it. If you can stand it. I don't know if you guys are going to be able to handle it. All right.
I can't stand it.
So and also David Rodriguez, we're going to have back on the broadcast probably early next week. And we'll ask him about his time in Vegas and get caught up with him because he went out for the premiere of the child trafficking film with Jim Caviezel, and connected with a lot of people in the truth movement. So I look forward to talking to him. And no hints. Let me see. Let's see. Okay. Ruth Ann, can you go to 219 on the Schumann report and explain how to read them? And USA 1 God wins. I'm going to check out Trovo. Thank you. Let's see.
And I sent you something from Alana Siriani in Messenger. It was from Ghost Ezra.
Okay.
It's pretty interesting. It's actually very interesting.
All righty. Let me see. Did you send that to me where?
In your Dave Snedeker Messenger.
Yeah, but from you or show?
From me.
Okay, I'm not seeing it. Let's see. Wow. New York Post, over 25 tons of cocaine seized by Germany and Belgium in a historic haul. Wow. And by the way, guys, look what they're in. They're in shipping containers. We're going to find out a lot more about shipping containers, folks, here in the coming months. All right. And which, by the way, they have been dumping shipping containers in the ocean. Okay. And Beth, thank you for that. That is, of concern, obviously. And let me see. Let me pull this up. Let's see. Okay. Okay, this is, I do want to do this real quick. This is some more photos of Biden since we touched on that earlier, Bud. This was Biden in 2008. This is him now, just the distance, his face, the way it's structured, his eyes, there's much to see. Okay. It looks like, the real dark judge might have this. And then here's the Gates. Gates is, by the way, is just really, really creepy because I actually used to think that Melinda Gates was kind of pretty. Okay, not anymore, because I don't even think this is her anymore. I think this is a dude, and this is not the same woman as this. I just don't believe it.
Mike Linda Gates.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, her head is smaller. Her head is longer here. Her chin is different. Her nose is different. It's just, it's not the same. Not the same woman. This is the real dark judge as well. And they both changed, by the way. He's definitely gotten older, but so these actors are doing a very, very good job. These doubles are doing a very, very good job, because it's also this is when his nose went haywire. That was the weirdest thing.
The rubber nose.
Yeah, the rubber nose there. Okay, that was really odd. Okay. So it's who's paying attention? That was from Carolyn. Thank you, Carolyn. And let me go to your the thing you dropped to me from Alana. That 25 tons of cocaine, that was from Stephanie Wald. Thank you, Stephanie, who's working on the executive orders for us as well. And let me pull it up. Dude, I don't think... Oh, here it is. Okay. All right. All right, this is from Ghost Ezra. Ghost Ezra has some great drops in Telegram, as you guys know. Okay. So look at this. Let's see. We're looking at the video of the...
It's right before the lights go out. It's towards the end of the video. The whole thing glitches.
Like we're not really watching it.
It's like,
oh my God.
It's gotta be.
Oh my God. Watch this. Dude, we're living in the Matrix.
Absolutely.
By the way, might have 3 surprises for you tomorrow. Hold me to it. Look at this, dude.
I'm tired of winning, Dave. I'm tired of winning.
Look at this, guys. Can somebody tell me what this is? And by the way, if it's the video itself, if it's the video feed, why is nothing happening to the Washington Monument? It's perfect. Just the White House. And then it goes dark. Completely dark. Now, let me see if I can go any closer.
Yeah, if you stop it and you blow it up, you can see it's all glitched out. There's like boxes all over it.
It's almost like what's that? You can see the pixels. You can see the pixels right here.
Right.
It's just uncanny.
Well, see, they let us know weeks ago about this feed being messed up when they changed the.
Yeah.
Remember when I told you it says live feed EarthCam, I'm sitting there watching it.
Yep.
And the night before had snow on the ground. Then the next morning, all the snow, every bit of snow was gone, and there were leaves on the trees. And then that afternoon, the snow was back.
Yep.
So they're telling us, there's nothing. If you're paying attention, you're seeing a big production.
Yep. And nothing else other than the White House, Todd, is pixelated. None of it. There's nothing about this that is normal.
Right. The Federal Reserve going down today, Eli Haley had a good point. It's all connected, and then it's connected through the Q drops too. Sorry, I said that. But anyway, it's connected through the drops. What happened? Because there was another anomaly with GameStop today.
Really?
Did you hear about GameStop?
I did not.
Right before the end of, in the last hour of trading, it was at $45 or $50, and it went all the way up to $200.
Really?
Yeah, it blew up again, and then in after hours trading, it was in the 160s. But still, that's 4 times what it was during the day.
Wow. Right before.
Yeah. So, and that takes a lot of money, and the volume was extremely heavy. It was about 3 times the normal daily. And it was pretty much flat. It wasn't doing anything all day. And then right in the last hour, it was kind of like we got the news of the Federal Reserve payment system going down. And it was kind of like the afternoon was the time, where things were going crazy. From, I don't know, little after noon till about 6 o'clock at night, it was kind of like crazy time for the market.
So this was it here. This was till about.
See how flat it was?
Hold on. Let me get to. We were here 223, okay, and then 224. It went from 44 to 91. 44 to 91. It doesn't look like.
Then it went up to 200 in the after hours.
Oh, it did. Okay, this is just the hours. Okay, so it went up to 91.70, and then
when trading stopped, I think the after hours trading is only till 6 o'clock, and it settled at 162.
Wow.
So you're seeing the squeeze again. And, we talked about yesterday about some, things that could happen on that with, opinions about Bitcoin and opinions about what, other things could happen.
Yep.
We're not professional advice givers here, folks, so take it with a grain of salt. Yep. We're doing this just for fun, right, Dave?
That's right. That's right. Entertainment purposes only, Todd.
For your amusement, folks.
And sorry for the lack of entertainment actually here. But hey, it went up to 200, bud, after hours.
Oh, it stayed there because it was like, I saw it hit 200, then it dropped right down to 160, and then it must have gone right back up. So,
wow.
There's somebody that's very interested in squeezing the shorts there. And it's not your retail investors. It can't be. And that, I think the point of it was, Dave, was to do it all at the end of the day like that. I think that is another wholesale investor, not a retail.
Yeah.
I think that's a big shop going after them.
Hey, Todd, can you see on the screen? Can you tell me what this logo is? Because this is basically the Tiger Woods logo right here.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, and this is a NASDAQ website, but that's not the
Yep.
NASDAQ. The NASDAQ logo is this. Let me move this over here. Yeah, the NASDAQ logo is this here. I have no idea what this logo is, but it is the only thing missing is a big line for the T for the
Yeah.
Tiger Woods logo.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. It's very, very interesting what the hell's going on. Now, you said you wanted to go. Ruth has a big drop for all of us. Let me get to that.
All right.
And you said that that we had a Fed drop, right?
Well, SEC test.
Take me there, please.
That is February 24th today of 2018.
Okay. February 24th, 2018.
Yep.
All right. And SEC test.
Yep.
Okay.
And then, yeah, I think there were 2 SEC tests yesterday.
Okay.
If I remember right,
Let me
there
go
might
back
have been
there.
other ones today. I looked at them and kind of just, like I said, I dove yesterday pretty deep on them because they were good. But I didn't see. I even went back and looked at the GameStop one again.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember that number and how I looked it up, but I got to it, and there's definitely a focus on the market, and there should be.
Cindy Fritz says all the things Ghost Ezra is showing is really good, but then he says JFK Sr. was alive and lived till just a while ago when he died of a stroke. Not sure I can believe that one. Well, the only time I believe that type of a thing, Cindy, and I love that you're challenging that with Ghost Ezra, because I don't think that we should be definitively saying Ghost Ezra is the bomb and listen to anything that Ghost Ezra drops. Not saying that at all, right? So the fact that you're challenging Ghost Ezra, I love that. And but the only way that I don't believe that JFK survived that shot to the head. No way, no question, no way that he makes it through that. However, when we talk about different timelines and we talk about Project Looking Glass and the time travel and so forth, and that we have seen through the 17 drops being absolutely spot on, I really do think that it's it could very easily be they had pulled him out in one timeline before that happened, et cetera, et cetera. So now what happened with AMC?
AMC went up pretty good today too.
Nice.
Yeah, I think it went from like 4 or 5 to like 10 or 11.
Wow.
So it doubled. At least that's where I caught it.
Okay. Now, let's see.
I'm really interested in this part of it because I think this, if you're talking about the bankers being the bad guys, how do you really hurt them?
Silver.
Take their money.
Yeah, well, that's the bottom line is, that's what hurts them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they love. That's why they drug us and make us sick, so they can, we have to pay them for their drugs that are supposedly going to cure us.
Yep.
And then we use Rockefeller's agents, the doctors,
yep,
to prescribe it. There's drug dealers.
Yes.
And not all. I'm not, I don't want to generalize as all, but if you watch TV, over 50% of your commercials are going to be most likely for some kind of a medical solution, whether it's,
yeah,
some kind of a drug.
Yep. Yeah, I want to wrap this up because I want you to stay on your schedule and not be thrown off too much. I want to stay on my schedule because I want us to be fresh, and I want us to be also shareable and not beyond the ability of people to actually watch us, which is really really key.
Right.
Let me see.
Well, and Dave, there's one more. Are you still on the drops?
Yeah.
If you go to 327 is connected to 826, which is a delta of today. If you go and look at that one kind of talks to what I was talking to you about yesterday.
326?
327.
7. Okay, let me get there. All right. 327. Do you believe in coincidences? Blunt and direct time, BDT. Think currency. Think fireworks. Thwarted. Message delivered. These people are sick. This was from December 11th, 2017.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Blunt and direct time. Think currency. Think fireworks.
Where does that take you?
I'm thinking they're talking about, thinking currency. That when you think currency now, what's the biggest thing they're all talking about?
Well, we're talking about a revaluation. We're talking about, crypto's huge. Asset-backed currency is, being discussed. What do you think specifically?
Well, I think blunt and direct time, I think being blunt with somebody is just, is crushing them directly. And if you think currency and fireworks, and the currency that most people are talking about right now is Bitcoin.
Right. Yep.
So, and if you've looked at the last couple of days, today it went up slightly, but and like I said, I'm not giving advice. If you got it in there, you make your own decision. We're all adults here, but I just feel that has dark web implications tied to it. If you're following 17 and you know what's being bought with that currency, then you may want to rethink having that currency is all I'm saying. Because that's how they're paying for stuff on the dark web. That's how they're paying for their red rooms.
Mm-hmm.
They're not doing it with dollars. They're traceable. They're not sending, those are expensive. They're $100,000 to, from what I've dove on, for you to actually go through and do things that are just, beyond human comprehension and guide those people to do them.
Yeah.
And they pay with that coin.
Yep.
So, and another thing, just morally, if you told me that I could make a lot of money off it, I wouldn't do it because I know what it is. It's like, Todd, would you do a big meth deal right now if you could make $1 million? No, I wouldn't do it because it's hurting people.
Right.
If you want to just benefit and not care about the other humans on the planet, then you're not in the same boat I'm in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I've looked into this for since it started, and at first it made sense to me to have a currency that wasn't traceable, so that everything wasn't taxed out the ass, and it made sense. But now that I've come full circle and I find out what it's being used for,
mm-hmm.
And it's used for other good things. It's not the only thing, but you can buy like black tar heroin on the dark web with it.
Right, right.
So please don't, get on a soapbox and say, well, oh, it's okay because, I just buy stuff with it. I wouldn't be within 1 million miles of it. And I've told personal friends this, but
right.
they don't believe me. I'm trying to tell them that it's there was a quote by some guy that I saw last week that said if you knew who invented Bitcoin, you wouldn't be within 1 million miles of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I know what it buys, so that's what I'm not going to be within 1 million miles of it. I don't care what the new economy looks like. I'm not going to do it.
Well, the biggest thing it buys is ADRENO CHROME.
Yep.
Yeah. Guys,
yeah, probably children.
Yep. Hey, Ruth Ann, would you drop that again, because I lost it, and we'll end on that one. Yeah, Todd, definitely the children. That's what they're doing with that's what they're doing with the Mayfairs and the all these places, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think they're sending them a check?
No.
Are they putting it on their MasterCards? I mean,
no.
And I even looked at, I noticed something over the weekend when I saw the MasterCard symbol.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the MasterCard symbol and turn it up the other way, and they've got it sideways where the two circles are kind of interconnected.
Yeah.
If you turn that up, it looks like what?
Let's pull it up.
And then it's called Master. I mean, being awake's kind of tough sometimes.
So this is the MasterCard logo right here. Is this the one you're thinking of?
Yeah, it's the yellow, isn't it? I can't see it yet, but it's the two circles.
Yeah.
And in the middle, in all the ones I looked at, they didn't have the lines in it.
Yeah, there's some that don't have the lines. It's just this.
And if you turned it,
it's the all-seeing eye. It's the all-seeing eye. Yeah.
And it's called a MasterCard because it turns you into a slave.
Right, right.
You're a slave to the debt that most people get, in trouble at least once or maybe 10 times in their lives because they overspend on their credit cards.
Yeah.
It becomes your master. So this is just stuff I see, and I'm like, oh my God, it's everywhere,
Yeah, it's actually the Vesica Pisces. This is actually the cell division.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's exactly what I remember when you were giving that, you drew that, and then you carried it even farther when you made it the Eye of Osiris, wasn't it?
Uh-huh.
Or the Eye of Ra.
Yeah.
So, I mean, symbolism will be their downfall, so look around, is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I am on Bitcoin, and that's where I am on, looking at MasterCard, which has indebted so many people on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
To who? Bankers, and that's who we're up against. So follow the reasoning.
Linus says, who else is trustworthy to watch? And we know X22, SGT, some good people.
I like just about everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna lie. I watch them all, and I take what I can take out of them. But you can't just I would watch a little bit of a lot of people. I wouldn't just fall in love with one person, and I kind of jump around and
yeah. Well,
I mean,
everybody, you could have a criticism of everybody. X22 does push crypto. A lot of people push crypto. I don't trust Shiva. Anybody that bashes Robert Kennedy Jr., which he did, I don't trust. And he's trashed Buttar, I believe. And he's got some big pharma, connections too. Yeah, guys, still not finding Ruth's drop, so we may miss that tonight. But we can pick it up another time. Anything else you want to add, bud?
No, I think that's good. I think that was good.
I know we didn't get to everything tonight. Ruth was asking, what she was asking about was the Schumann report. Okay. And it was 219 to 220. Okay, so let's go there. We'll end on that. And we'll go to Twitter is where I go. And
Mary McCurdy said Sasha Stone. I agree.
Yeah, I like Sasha.
I like Sasha.
Yeah, guys, any of these ones that you really like, just check in with me, and you could see we could get them on the broadcast. And if we look at it, let me see. Hold on. Schumann.
I think out of all of them, though, Dave, I think Wano Savin and Gene Decode blow my mind more than any of them.
Uh-huh.
As far as making you really think and actually learning some things, you can take what they say and you can go and research it yourself. And I haven't been led astray by them, but it really, like we say, don't follow anybody. Don't follow us. Listen to what we say and then take it. And if you tear it apart, please let us know, because if we're saying stuff that's wrong, we want to know too. It's not like we're saying, everything we say is the fact. That's what it is.
Yeah. Scott McKay's good.
Yep, and Mel K. Yep.
Guys, if you want me to have Gene Decode on, I think we could make that happen.
Gene, I saw Gene. He was on a 3-hour video that
disappeared.
And it's gone now. It was
excellent.
I actually watched a 3-hour video 3 different times.
It was mind blowing.
And
he was talking about how we're going to go into the 5th. Pardon me?
Have they been on BitChute at all?
It left from everywhere, didn't it, babe?
I gotta double check on BitChute, but I tried finding it everywhere because I was going to send it to my mom. And
wasn't it called Warp Speed or something?
No, Hyperdrive. Hyperdrive with oh Lord, what was his name?
What
was his name?
I don't know.
Let me see.
Oh, dude. Tori says, yes, Tori is great.
Who's Tori?
Yeah, Tori was right there in the middle of it. She knows she was an intelligence officer, basically, involved.
Interesting. Hey, the the Dismay coin connection. The keyword for that, for the 5% discount, is Snedheads. SNEDHEDZ. And you guys support the program when you buy through Dismay, and you support some patriots that are doing some great work. Yes, please support this broadcast. This is the Schumann resonance for the 19th, 2021. Today's energy can turn out to be a battle between your yin and yang, or it can be a divine synergy between your inner power. Huge white part, but I'm also looking, this is the 23rd, and this says the technological effect. We'll have to get into this a little bit more, but key brain waves, hertz levels active, are the different levels here. But we've also gone into the top one is spiritual, human, negative human, and negative spiritual. Is that what we're looking at here?
Yeah, I just kind of look at them on a generic sense. As the top two are spiritual good, and the bottom is like the evil.
Right.
The bottom two.
Right.
And I'm no expert on that. I'll be the first to admit it.
Yep. They're flattening out quite a bit. The spiritual and the evil have flattened out with the few spikes in evil. And so, yeah, I'm not your expert on the Schumann, guys, and I'm not finding the Schumann in Twitter.
Yeah, I can't even go to it because, well, you have to they have to accept you now.
Oh, is that right? Because maybe that's why I can't find it.
Yeah, if you go to Schumann Bot, it's different now. You have to like since I'm not on Twitter anymore for some reason.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they can't accept me because I'm not really there,
Yeah. Yeah. Shady says reverse image search Gene stuff. He's a joke. Now, here's the thing about Gene. I don't know. And he's on Rumble too, so maybe his stuff is on Rumble. Maybe that's maybe I need to look into Gene a little bit more. But here's my only concern with Gene, is that the things that he talks about is not verifiable, and that's my only issue. Is that he talks at such a level that may be above all of us or below all of us, considering he speaks of the dumbs. But that's the only thing, is that there's no verifiable evidence. And that's the other thing. That's the thing the issue I have with Timothy Charles Homeseth. And I don't want to speak to either of these gentlemen's integrity. I'm just from an empirical evidential standpoint, that the things that they are talking about have not yet proven to be real. That's all. And you could get into a lot of different topics and a lot of different things, with them. But, that's one of the things that I would just want to be curious about with Gene, if we had him on, is just to dig a little bit. Like, okay, what clues have they given us that this is actually happening? What's a different way we can look at this, et cetera. So,
it's kind of that way throughout our movement, though. If you really look at it in black and white terms, there's a lot. Like, we're saying that Joe's not Joe, and we think we could prove it. you know, it's just he takes it to a different level. I'll agree with you on that.
Well, in that video, that 3-hour video, he showed multiple, almost 20 different pictures of like the dumbs and stuff. So, but those were older pictures from years ago and everything. But I mean, he does bring sauce, I think, to some respects. Some of it we can't verify, but I mean, some of it.
Well, bringing the the dumbs aren't sauce. I researched the dumbs a decade ago. They exist. They're real. There's like real, you know, there are hotels down there. There are, you know, I've seen the equipment that digs them. You know, but it's the real thing with him is that they were controlled by the black hats. Now they're controlled by the white hats, and this is what they've taken over. And it sounds all great, like a strategy and all that, but we haven't gotten any evidence that the white hats are in control of the dumbs. And we're, you know, but it's safe to say that's the case because of the fact that the white hats are in control of so much else. Yeah, so, but that's all. But I want to learn more about it. I would love to have him on and just ask him some questions and just, you know, take it for what it's worth. You know, and here's a guy who's obviously passionate about what he's doing. He's obviously I think he had a long military career, right? 20-year military career as a submariner, Shannon says. Yeah. Craig says he uses earthquake seismology to show dumbs are being destroyed. You know, Cheryl, I have never seen the video Last Flag Standing. Yeah, dumbs are in every state. Certainly the train goes through pretty much every state. So Christy says, this is what's very interesting, guys. Since you brought us to the Schumann, okay, that this was today, and there's a chunk missing from the 23rd to the 24th. There's a whole chunk of the Schumann resonance missing, which I don't believe I've ever seen. Same time period. And it's all black. Here, this is what it looks like. Very odd. Have you guys ever seen that, Cindy, Todd? That's from Christy, just dropped that. Air Force vet says it's why I couldn't sleep last night. Interesting. Yeah, that time period would have been what? What is that? What is that time? I don't know how to read that time. Todd, Cindy, can you see that? Yeah. Yeah, and Thomas, yeah, also no outside comms. And here, you know, Decode is talking about all the stuff that's going down, which, by the way, if you think about it, the way that Dean, ears ringing, slept 5 hours and 3 days, maybe. Wow. 1600 is 4 p.m. to 12 p.m. Yeah, so that's military time. So is that what we're looking at? It looks like, you know, yeah, 4 p.m. to 12. So that is military time then. Okay, good. So, and there's a big gap there, obviously, right? Let me get back to these guys, and we'll close it up here. Let me see. Okay. By the way, Alana, thanks for dropping that White House. That was trippy. That was really trippy. Thank you. Wrapping it up. Let's see. Okay. Okay. I will see this. Okay. Let's see. Let me see if I can get them back, and then we're gonna wrap it up. So I did want to see this here. I'm gonna call Cindy back so we get her.
Hello.
Hey, sorry about that.
Yeah. We're back.
Yeah. So what I was going to say is that Gene, he has such detailed information of the DUMBs that one of the things that I thought about, because Thomas just mentioned no outside comms, but one of the things I was thinking about when I was listening to him early on, like a long time ago, was what is it about his info that could have been detrimental to the work that was being done to capture the DUMBs, and if the Black Hats were listening, what was it about his information that could have helped the Black Hats, which is another reason why you would say, should he be giving that information out? I'm not sure, but maybe we'll get him on.
Well, he pretty much got that in arrears. He didn't give out like, hey, they're going to clean out San Diego. He gives it, like it's after it's already happened. So,
well,
you said,
he would say which ones were not taken yet.
Yep.
So, okay.
And I will say this.
Yeah.
And like I said, I'm just as curious for all of the things that you stated as well, but he is a man of God. Mm-hmm. He's unblessed to teach, and I find that he comes from a good place. So take that for what it's worth. But I think I would love to have him on just to talk with him.
Yeah, he's very interesting.
Yeah, he's a very interesting man.
Cool. Who had that
And
connection?
I sent you something in the show chat from Brenda Green Blanton that's really interesting as well on holoportation, and she said maybe this is what we're looking at. It's a 4-minute, 2-second little video by David Nussbaum.
Okay.
But it proves how they can make everything look just so real, and he talks about how some newscasters have teleported during the Emmy or the Grammys or Country Music Awards or something like that and made it real. So maybe she said that's what we're looking at on the White House. She was laughing about.
Okay.
If you want to show it tonight, if you want to show it tomorrow night, it
yeah,
doesn't matter.
let's do that tomorrow night. Please remind me tomorrow night so we don't get down this rabbit hole.
I think everybody would like it.
I did want to say that I want to show you guys this on the IndoctriNATION on Saturday at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. There's going to be a Healy Zoom call, and this is going to be a very, very important call, and I'll tell you why. Okay, excuse me. This is the Healy on the IndoctriNATION. This special is going on until, when is it? March 2nd. Okay. And it's literally anywhere from $500 to, I think, almost $800 off. And Cindy, can you speak to that briefly on what you're going through?
Yeah, I definitely can. Since I've been using it, my headaches have gone to about 1 every 2 weeks where they were daily. Granted, I'm taking a lot of vitamins, turmeric, etc. But but most recently, I hurt my wrist yesterday. I thought it was sprained, and a couple people said, well, you needed to go have an x-ray. And I thought, well, if it's still this bad tomorrow morning, today, that I would, and I just wrapped it up and put it in, a little wrist support yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And spoke with you, and you gave me the information about what settings to do on the Healy, and I did it 3 times. And then this morning I did it, and by this afternoon I was able to take the support off, and actually I don't have any pain in it this evening. It's just like, whoa, crazy, but yeah, I can attest to it now.
I think I may have even said 3 times, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. You said to do it 3 times. Like, whoa.
Um,
So yeah, I went from I couldn't even bring my wrist. I couldn't on my right hand. I couldn't even pull it up yesterday without it shooting pain all the way up to my forearm.
yeah.
And I thought for sure that it was, a bad sprain. And now tonight I can move it every
Awesome.
direction. It's amazing.
I love
And
it.
I'm working on my brother who's lost an arm and was in a bad accident, has some extenuating injuries, and he's having trouble with his shoulder of his only one arm that's left. And so he was at a point where he was in so much pain he thought maybe he would have to have surgery, and they're talking about that it might not be successful. So then he said, Todd, I'd be without any arms basically if they ruin my shoulder. And so I've been over there every day this week, a couple times a day, giving him treatments, and he's noticed a difference. So we're hopeful. It's not going to be healed in one try, but he does get relief. So
Awesome.
hopefully
it is an
it'll work.
FDA certified pain mitigating device, no question about it, and that's hard to come by. It's German made. It's amazing. It uses Tesla frequency technology that Tesla talked about, which would be in the future. I'm dropping the Zoom link in the chat. So if you see it's coming from me, it's called Restream, right? So that's in the chat. If you guys want to copy that down for Saturday morning, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. This ends March 2nd, and it's really Gay, would Healy help with narcolepsy? Gay, why don't you come to the Zoom? I believe it helps. Here's the thing. It's not like this, is going to help. Will it help with my elbow? Will it help with my wrist? Will it help with my shoulder? Will it help with my heart, with my narcolepsy? Will it help with this? It's more about putting your body in a frequency that allows the body to perform the way it was supposed to, meant to perform, right? And it's also about, sending the frequencies throughout the body that balance the body and allow the body to deal with what's going on with the body. No, it's a little device, Golden Sapphire. It's about this big, and has a couple wires that come out of it. You put them on your wrist, or you put these little discs on your spot where the pain is. And I use the resonance, and that's the most expensive one. And that's the one where you can actually take a picture of your aura, and it tells you what you need. That's one of the most amazing things of this device is it tells you which thing to use. Chris, will I be able to watch the Zoom meeting later tomorrow? I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll copy it, and this is Saturday morning now. Remember, Saturday morning, and you will record it so that you can see it again. So it's really, no, it's not a TENS unit. This is a whole nother level. This is like frequency. This is like, I think what the med beds are going to be in a little device. So I think it's huge. So it's a whole nother level. So again, I dropped it in, and if you want to learn more about it, you can reach out to, through the IndoctriNATION.com. If you want to learn more about it, you can see this video, the science behind Healy's frequency device.
Marcus
it's 22 minutes long.
scientist, also Nobel.
It's a little dry,
now.
but
And
this
the
is the creator of the Healy device, and he talks about how it
station
works.
is something which will challenge you a little. What I'm presenting here is not really mainstream science, but it's something like what's called emerging science. It's like on the frontiers of science, but there are many great scientists, also Nobel laureates, who are thinking about this terminology which I'm using here. So it's not yet there at the universities, but it's a little ahead of its time. So
he's being modest. It's a little ahead of its time. So you can hear more about this on the Indoctrination Marketplace. And if you want to reach out, you can reach out to me at davesnet@gmail.com. Just put Healy in the comment, or you can go in through the contact of the Indoctrination. The emerging science that he's talking about is the next level of science. And the fact that he says that they're not talking about it in universities, who controls the universities? Who controls the medicine? Rockefellers passed off to Gates. This isn't about healing at the universities, folks. That's why you're not going to hear about it. So yeah, for what it's worth. Let's wrap it up. I'll cut you guys loose. I'll end with a quick prayer, and I'll see you tomorrow night. Yeah.
All right, brother. Sounds good. Love you guys.
Thank
Stay
you,
in your
guys.
foxholes.
Thank you.
That's right. Love you guys.
All right. Love you. Have a good night.
You too.
All right. So, all right, guys. So thanks for all the input. Thanks for all the great feedback. Thanks for all your prayers. Please continue to pray for me, my family, Todd and Cindy and their family, all the mods, all the Snedheads that are having difficulty. Please connect with Ohio, with somebody that was having a difficult time. If you want to reach out through contact, just put the homeless or the Ohio situation. Maybe we can help somebody out there. Okay. And yes, and this is we must continue this work, and so your support is greatly appreciated. I will go through those who donated this week tomorrow and Friday. Thank you for that. And also, this is free. This information is free, and so if it's not something you can do, that's okay. So please don't feel obligated to support this broadcast. And the things that we are going to bring you are very, very powerful. The Healy, the Purium, the great things that we're bringing you, I promise you, will make your life better if you are so inclined to do that. Let's pray and send this out. Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us together this evening. Thank you for all the Snedheads and all the people in this broadcast, and please bless their lives, and please watch over them and give them strength and guidance and your grace. And we ask you to support and protect our President Donald John Trump and his family and his team, the Q team, the Anons, the Autists, the keyboard warriors, and all the Snedheads that are researching and trying to awaken their fellow humans through research, through facts, through empirical evidence. We thank you for the desire to seek truth, and we ask for your forgiveness for what we've allowed this world to become and who we've allowed this world to be ruled by. And we ask for your support in overtaking that and shifting that and getting rid of these evil people and bringing your glory to this planet through Jesus Christ, through the Holy Spirit. Thy will be done. Thy will be done. Amen. All right, folks. Love you all. And guys, if you're dropping stuff in other languages, it's just yeah, we're not selling stuff here. We're not dropping phone numbers. We're just not into that. So, God bless you all. Have a good one. Love you so much. Take care. Bye-bye.